Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Welcome to Unacademy All India Prelims Mock Test Paper Discussion. Now, for Prelims 2024, you should attempt as many full-length mock tests as possible. Now, I can tell you 10 reasons why. What is the significance? What is the importance? But I don't want to waste your time because I know you're aware of the significance of these full-length mock tests. And for aspirants like you, we are conducting 3 full-length mock tests for Prelims 2024. The first one was held yesterday. The second one is scheduled on the 29th of this month. And the third one is on the 2nd of June. And the very next day, we will discuss all the 100 questions that are asked in this test, so that we can share additional information that can be extremely beneficial and fruitful for you in attempting Prelims 2024. If you have not attempted test number 1, please listen to this discussion carefully. Do not forget to attempt the another mock test on the 29th and the third one on the 2nd of June. I urge you, I request you, I beseech you, please do not forget or skip these mock tests. We will gain nothing out of it, but it will surely be of immense help to ace the prelims examination. Clear? We'll discuss all the 100 questions today. We'll start with polity, the most important subject for this exam. Why? Because I teach it. Second, Chethan sir would be discussing international relations questions. Then Abhishek Mishra sir would be discussing history. Shyam sir would be discussing economy questions. Mukesh Jasar would be discussing geography and environment questions. Hima Bindu ma'am would be discussing science and technology related questions. So all 100 questions we shall be discussing today, which appeared in the first mock test which was conducted yesterday. But please do not forget to attempt the second one and the third one, which is going to be extremely helpful for acing Prelims 2024. And if you're liking this initiative, do not forget to press the like button, drop in your comments as well, and subscribe to our channel if you haven't yet. And also, share the links of these classes with your friends and fellow aspirants. Let's get started, and we will discuss close to 14 questions from Indian polity. Let's look at question number 1. Consider the following: admission or establishment of new states, formation of new states and alteration of areas, boundaries or names of existing states, abolition or creation of legislative council in the states, rules of procedure in parliament, privileges of the parliament, its members and its committees. How many of the above given provisions in the Indian Constitution can be amended by simple majority? And what is the answer? D, all 5. Now listen to me carefully. Constitution of India can be amended only by special majority, which means 2/3 of the members present and voting, and by the majority of the total membership of the House, which is what we call 2/3 members present and voting plus absolute majority. This is the only way in which Constitution can be amended. Provisions of the Constitution can be amended. But then there are some provisions of the Constitution which is what we call federal features. And those federal features, apart from special majority in both houses of the parliament, require ratification by 1/2 of the states as well. That's the only way in which Constitution can be amended. So if there is a statement asked in the exam, Constitution can be amended only by special majority, this statement is correct. But there is something called flexibility as well. There are some provisions of the Indian Constitution which can be changed by simple majority, but we don't call them amendment. There are some provisions which can be changed in the Indian Constitution when Parliament passes a law, passes a bill by simple majority, but such changes are not deemed as amendment to the Constitution. When they are not deemed as amendment to the Constitution, that means you do not require special majority. And in all these cases, changes can be made to these features when Parliament uses simple majority, but these changes shall not be deemed as amendment to the Constitution. That means you don't need special majority, you need simple majority. For example, Article 2 of the Constitution, Article 3 of the Constitution, making laws related to citizenship, abolishing or creating legislative council, providing English as the as the language of the Parliament of the Union for more than 15 years as well, increasing the number of judges to the Supreme Court. All these changes can be made by simple majority, which do not mean that these changes need to lead to amendment to the Constitution. So you don't need special majority. These changes can be made by simple majority. Simple, D, all 5 is the right answer. Another question. And what is this numbering 31, 32? This is how these questions appear in the test. Question 32. Question 2 for today. Which among the following statements is correct regarding the current legal position relating to the amendment of the preamble? Now, there was a Berubari Union case wherein Supreme Court said preamble is not part of the Constitution. Then in 1973, in Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala, the Supreme Court said preamble is part of the Constitution. But then the objectives of the preamble, the nature of the Indian state which is mentioned in the preamble, for example, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic, all these are in capital letters and there is no comma separating one from the other. That means we can call them composite whole. And all these are part of the basic structure of the Indian Constitution. And you would know, because of Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala, Supreme Court has said, yes, Parliament has the power to amend the provisions of the Constitution, but save basic structure. You cannot alter the basic structure of the Constitution. And preamble can be amended without altering its basic structure. And that's how in 1976, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act was passed, which added the words socialist, secular, integrity of. These words were added, but without altering the basic structure. In a sense, without disturbing the basic features of the Constitution as reflected in the preamble. So, which among the following statements is correct regarding the current legal position relating to the amendment of the preamble? Not being an integral part, which means it is incorrect because it is a part of the Constitution. It can be amended by simple majority of the Parliament. No. It can only be amended without altering the basic structure of the Constitution. Under Article 368 of the Constitution, amendment of the preamble requires the approval of more than 50% of the state legislatures. No, because it is not viewed as a federal feature of the Constitution. That means it does not require ratification by at least half of the state legislatures. So C is the right answer. Question number 3, 33 in the test. The VVPAT, Voter Verifiable Paper Audit Trail system, allows voters to verify their vote through displaying the voting information on the screen before the vote is finally recorded in the EVM. Statement 2. The Supreme Court of India has mandated that VVPAT slips of all EVMs must be counted in every constituency to ensure transparency and accuracy in the election results. VVPAT was first used in the Noxon parliamentary constituency in the state of Nagaland. And what is this VVPAT? I'm sure you know it, but I'll still give you some information. As soon as you press the button on the electronic voting machine, a display will show 3 pieces of information. What is the serial number of your vote? What is the name of the candidate against whom your vote has been registered? And what is the symbol of that political party? This information is displayed for 7 seconds. After that, it gets cut and drops in the box. That's what we call VVPAT. Initially, Election Commission of India guidelines would tell us that one EVM per assembly constituency in a parliamentary constituency should be verified. Verified in the sense matched. That means one EVM in an assembly constituency in a parliamentary constituency will be taken up and their votes will be matched with the VVPAT slips. That's how we can ensure that whether EVMs are tampered with, EVMs are hacked, and whether we can trust this electronic voting machine system. But then N. Chandrababu Naidu approached the Supreme Court in 2019, and basis the Supreme Court verdict, the Supreme Court directed Election Commission of India that instead of one, you should verify 5 EVMs per assembly constituency in a parliamentary constituency. And then there was a petition in the Supreme Court which said no, instead of 5 EVMs per assembly constituency in a parliamentary constituency, we should have 100% VVPAT verification. But Supreme Court rejected this petition, which means only 5 EVMs per assembly constituency in a parliamentary constituency shall be verified. But listen to me carefully. It was 2019 elections. This is where students do have confusion. 2019 election was the first election when 100% EVMs were backed by VVPAT. Which means, listen to me carefully, it is not that only 5 EVMs per assembly constituency in a parliamentary constituency are backed or linked with VVPAT. No, all the EVMs, 100% of the EVMs are backed by VVPAT. But verification will be only for 5 EVMs in an assembly constituency per parliamentary constituency. Which means statement number 1 is correct. Statement number 2, the Supreme Court has mandated that VVPAT slips of all EVMs, which is incorrect. So statement 1 is correct and the statement 2 is incorrect, which makes C the right answer. Question number 4, 34 in the paper. In the context of principles of natural justice, what does audi alteram partem mean? What does it mean? Principles of natural justice. There are 3 important principles which form part of the natural justice. Nobody shall be sentenced without being heard which means hear the other party or hear the other side, which means the court should not normally take decisions ex parte without hearing the other side. Second, nobody shall be the judge in his own case. Third, the authority shall act bona fide, in good faith. That means whether it is the legislature, whether it is the executive, it must act in good faith in making laws, in implementing policies, in creating policies. These are the 3 principles of natural justice, and Supreme Court has said these principles of natural justice are part of Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, which deals with right to life and personal liberty. Supreme Court also has said in Brojanath Ganguly versus Central Inland Water Transport Corporation case that principles of natural justice are found in Article 14 of the Constitution as well. Article 14, which deals with right to equality, which also includes right against arbitrariness. Since we are discussing questions, I don't want to teach you all these concepts again because I'm sure you would be knowing So in the context of principles of natural justice, this term means hear the other side, which means rule of fair hearing, which means if you're not hearing the other side, which means your hearing is not fair, which means you should not give decisions ex parte without hearing the other side. So D is the right answer. Clear? Let's look at another question. Consider the following statements. Positive liberty in the absence is the absence of obstacles, barriers or constraints. Negative liberty is the possibility of acting in such a way as to control one's fundamental purposes. Freedom implies the absence of external constraints as well as the existence of conditions in which people can develop their talents. How many of the above statements is or are correct? Only one. Why? Because this is basically interchanged. Positive, negative liberty, you can deduce from the writings of Immanuel Kant. And later on, other philosophers, scholars have also dealt with positive and negative liberty. Positive liberty is basically the possibility of acting in such a way that you control your fundamental purposes, that you want to explore your talent. Negative liberty is basically the absence of obstacles, barriers or constraints. That's the concept of positive and negative liberty. And yes, freedom does imply absence of external constraints as well as the existence of conditions which can develop, which can help you develop your talent. Because when we look at fundamental rights, why are these rights called fundamental? Because they are fundamental for the growth, development of an individual. Unless and until there are these fundamental guarantees enshrined to you, you cannot develop your talent. You cannot hone your skills to develop the talent that you have. And that is why we say freedom implies absence of external constraints. But freedom would also mean that there needs to be a law, and through this law, limitations can be imposed on the state. But be that as it may, statement 1 and 2 have been interchanged. Statement 3 is correct. A, only 1 is the right answer. Let's look at another question. There is no constitutional backing of the contempt power of the Supreme Court. There is a constitutional backing. Article 129 of the Constitution, for example, it says that Supreme Court shall act as the court of record. And one of the implications of being the court of record is that you have the power to punish for your own contempt. So contempt power is derived from Article 129 of the Constitution. Not just that. We have a fundamental right under Article 19, Clause 1, Clause A, known as freedom of speech and expression. But this is not an absolute fundamental right. Article 19, Clause 2, what it does, it imposes reasonable restrictions. How many reasonable restrictions there are? 8. In the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, in the interest of security of the state, in the interest of friendly relations with foreign states, in the interest of public order, morality or decency, incitement to an offense, defamation, contempt of court. So the restriction on your freedom of speech and expression is that you should not do something or act in such a way that it leads to contempt of the court. So there is no constitutional backing of the contempt power of the Supreme Court. This is incorrect because there is backing. Contempt of Courts Act 1971, which is Criminal Contempt of Court Act 1971, and the rules to regulate proceedings for the contempt of the court 1975. Yes, they also form legal framework to govern contempt proceedings. This is correct. How many statements are correct? B, 2 only is the right answer. And it is this Contempts of Courts Act 1971 which categorizes contempt into 2 broad categories: civil contempt and criminal contempt. Because of Baba Ramdev case and others, also because of some other important developments which have taken place in the last 1.5 years, this contempt of court case becomes very important for your examination. So please thoroughly revise it. Let's look at another question. Consider the following statements. Preventive detention is only a precautionary measure and based on suspicion. The concept of preventive detention has been borrowed from the United States of America. Is it correct, incorrect? How many statements are correct? Let's understand. Article 22, which talks about protection from arrest and detention in certain cases. Normally, you should not be arrested on mere suspicion. But this guarantee does not apply to those who are enemy aliens. That means citizens of those countries with which India is at war, and it also does not apply to those who are detained under the preventive detention laws. And I don't need to explain what is preventive detention, what is punitive detention, because then we will never be able to complete this paper discussion. I'm sure that you are aware of it. Punitive detention allows the state to arrest you on mere suspicion as well, even if you have not committed a crime. But the state tries to prevent you from committing a crime and is detaining you. And there are lots of preventive detention laws in India. For example, National Security Act. For example, Public Safety Act. So this statement is correct. The concept has been borrowed from United States of America. This is incorrect. So A, one only is the right answer. During the British rule, when we were governed by the British parliamentary structures, there was a concept of preventive detention in India. And that's where we have borrowed it. That doesn't mean, listen to me carefully, that doesn't mean that there are no preventive detention laws in the United States. There are, since 1984. There are preventive detention laws in the United States, but we have not borrowed it from United States. Clear? So A, one only is the right answer. Let's look at another question. To provide free and competent legal services to the weaker sections of the society, to ensure that opportunities for securing justice are not denied to any citizen by reason of economic or other disabilities, to organize Lok Adalat for amicable settlement of disputes. We have Legal Services Authorities Act of 1987, which formed the basis of free legal aid. Although under Article 39 capital A, which was added to the Constitution by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976, one of the directive principles of state policy is it's a positive obligation on the state that you have to take steps, whether through laws, whether through schemes, that you have to provide free legal aid to the weaker sections of the society. So free legal aid is a directive principle of state policy. And that is how we have NALSA, National Legal Services Authority. Sometimes the question is also, who is the patron-in-chief of NALSA? It is the Chief Justice of India. But who is the executive chairman of the National Legal Services Authority? Normally, it is the person who is the senior most judge of the Supreme Court following the Chief Justice of India. And you would also know that that person, if the age is on his or her side, he is next eligible to become the Chief Justice of India. So right now, the next Chief Justice of India is Justice Sanjeev Khanna, and Sanjeev Khanna, Justice, is the executive chairman of NALSA. And the purpose is to provide free and competent legal services to the weaker sections of the society, to ensure that opportunities of securing justice are not denied to any person because of the economic constraints, and to organize Lok Adalats. And Lok Adalats, you would know, they normally deal with civil cases. And perhaps the only exception is that there is one criminal case which Lok Adalat deals with, and that is I'll use a different marker to highlight it. Check bounce case, which comes under the criminal category. So C, all of the above is the right answer. Consider the following statements. If the bill is passed by the state legislature again, with or without amendments, and presented to the governor for his assent, the governor must give his assent to the bill. The governor can return a money bill for the consideration of the state legislature. When the governor reserves a money bill for the consideration of the president, he will not have any further role in the enactment of the bill. How many statements are correct? This is correct, this is correct, this is incorrect. B, only 2 is the right answer. If a bill is passed by the state legislature, sent to the governor can return the bill. If it is not a money bill, because the money bill cannot be returned by the governor. But money bill, the governor can use absolute veto. Be absolutely sure about it. So on a money bill, the governor either shall give his assent or shall withhold his assent. That means he can use absolute veto on a money bill. But one thing that governor cannot do, cannot send the money bill back for reconsideration. That is why statement 2 is incorrect. But if a bill other than the money bill is passed by the state legislature, sent to the governor, and the governor sends it back, and if the same bill, whether with changes or without changes, is passed again by the state legislature, the governor has no other option but to give his assent. Now listen to me carefully. Current affairs development is linked to it. Governors of opposition ruled states, Punjab, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they have been delaying signing the bills, right? And matter went to the court in case of Punjab. Significantly, what Supreme Court said, normally what was the impression? If a bill is sent to the governor, listen to me carefully, if the bill is sent to the governor for assent, and if the governor uses absolute veto, publicly declares that I'm not going to sign this bill, we thought, or the assumption was, that it is the death of this bill will never become a law. But what the Supreme Court has said, it has clubbed basically absolute veto and suspensive veto together. What the Supreme Court is saying, if the governor says publicly, I'm not going to sign this bill, he's withholding his assent to a bill, he's using absolute veto, that does not mean this is the death of the bill. What governor immediately has to do, as soon as maybe, he has to send the same bill back to the legislature. That means he employs absolute veto, but then he has to send the same bill back. And now if the state legislature is passing the bill again, the governor has no other option but to sign this bill. So that is why statement 1 is correct. Statement number 3, when the governor reserves a money bill for the consideration of the president, he will not have any further role in the enactment of the bill. Governor can give his assent or withhold his assent or send the bill back or reserve this bill for the consideration of the president. The governor can even reserve a money bill for the consideration of the president. But any bill which is reserved for the consideration of the president, the governor's role is now over. If the president gives his assent, the governor's assent is no longer required. Governor's approval is no longer required. So B, only 2 is the right answer. Another question. An ordinance cannot be issued to amend the tax laws. There is no bar in the Constitution on the number of times an ordinance can be re-promulgated. An ordinance cannot be issued to amend the tax laws. This is incorrect. Why? Under Article 123, which deals with the ordinance making power of the president, or Article 213, which deals with the ordinance making power of the governor, the president can promulgate an ordinance on all those subjects on which Parliament has the power to make law. All those subjects. Which means any item mentioned in the union list, any item mentioned in the concurrent list, when either one or both houses of the Parliament are not in session, have been prorogued, the President, on the advice of the Cabinet, can promulgate an ordinance on all those subjects on which Parliament has the power to make laws. Does Parliament have the power to enact tax laws and amend them? Yes. So ordinance making power is available there as well. One thing that you cannot use ordinance for is amendment to the Constitution. Ordinance cannot be used to amend the Constitution. Otherwise, ordinance can be used, can be promulgated on all those subjects on which power is with the Parliament to make laws. So, an ordinance cannot be issued to amend text laws is wrong because it can be used. There is no bar in the Constitution on the number of times an ordinance can be re-promulgated. This statement is correct. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. D is the right answer. Listen to me carefully. In Krishna Kumar versus State of Bihar, 2017, what Supreme Court has said, re-promulgating an ordinance, I'll write it here, re-promulgating an ordinance without tabling it on the floor of the legislature is committing fraud on the Constitution. So you can re-promulgate ordinance any number of times, but each time the ordinance is re-promulgated, you will have to table or introduce a bill replacing this ordinance on the floor of the Parliament. So there is no bar in the Constitution on the number of times an ordinance can be re-promulgated. This statement is correct. That's why D is the right answer. Let's look at another question. With reference to judicial review, consider the following statements. It is an element of the basic structure of the Indian Constitution. Yes, judicial review is part of the basic structure of the Constitution, as decided by the Supreme Court in the famous Minerva Mills case of 1980. The feature of judicial review was borrowed from the Constitution of the United States of America. This is also correct because there are so many things that we have borrowed from US Constitution. One such provision is the concept of judicial review. But you should also know that the concept of judicial review in United States, so the power of the Supreme Court in United States is much larger as compared to in India. But that would be important for the mains examination. We'll discuss that later. The laws placed in the 9th schedule are completely immune from judicial review. This is incorrect. So how many statements are correct? B, only 2 is the right answer. Supreme Court in Vaman Rao case and as recent as the IR Kholo case 2007, IR Kholo versus State of Tamil Nadu, Supreme Court has said laws placed in the 9th schedule after 24th of April 1973, there shall be judicial review. There can be judicial review. Laws placed in the 9th schedule before this date, they are immune from judicial review because it was on 24th of April 1973 then the landmark 13-judge bench of the Supreme Court in a famous Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala said or invented a doctrine of basic structure. So laws placed in 9th schedule, long story short, before this date, immune from judicial review. After this date, they are not immune from judicial review. There can be judicial review. Which of the following cabinet committee is not chaired by the Prime Minister of India? Political Affairs Committee is considered to be the super cabinet, is chaired by the Prime Minister. Appointments Committee, if you look at today's newspaper, Appointments Committee headed by the Prime Minister and Home Minister is part of it. They have given 1 month extension to the Army Chief. It's headed by the Prime Minister. Economic Affairs Committee is also, or the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, CCEA, it is headed by the Prime Minister. But Parliamentary Affairs Committee is not headed by the Prime Minister. But there seems to be some confusion amongst the minds of the civil services aspirants. Now you tell me, who heads the Parliamentary Affairs Committee? Is it headed by the Home Minister? Or is it headed by the Defence Minister? Previously, it used to be headed by the Home Minister. But now it is not. Now it is headed by Defence Minister. Shri Rajnath Singh is the head of the Parliamentary Affairs Committee, not the Home Minister. Not the Home Minister. Defence Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh. So please correct your notes if that's something that you have not updated. Consider the following statements. Let's look at another question. Personality rights pertain to an individual's ability to safeguard their persona under the right to privacy or property. Personality rights. For example, we have lots of courses for civil services aspirants. We have a course in Hindi language, we have a course in English language, bilingual, we have a course in English language, clear? We have a morning batch, we have an evening batch, we have a plus subscription, we have an iconic subscription. Now, why I am telling you this is, what if I give you a call on your phone number, and this time it is, the voice is that of Shri Amitabh Bachchan. Devyor Sajno, there is a discount. The course fee has now been slashed by Unacademy from 75,000 to 29,999. Buy it. You will get a sense that it is Mr. Amitabh Bachchan who is asking you to subscribe to our program. And he carries a lot of weight, not just in terms of the voice that he has or the voice that he commands, but also in terms of acceptability in the minds of the people. The voice of Amitabh Bachchan, the abbreviation Big B or acronym sometimes, these form the basis of personality rights and they cannot be infringed upon. The courts have said multiple times, if you can look at the Phulan Devi case in 1994, if you can look at the Titan Industries case in 2012 as well, and look at what is happening on OpenAI. Scarlett Johansson, her voice has been used through AI, has been generated through AI. So it is an infringement upon the personality rights. And personality rights have been viewed as part of right to privacy, as right to property as well. These rights hold significant importance for celebrities as their names, photographs, or even voices can be exploited in advertisements by various companies to enhance sales. And that's how Shri Amitabh Bachchan approached the Delhi High Court, saying there is one organization or one entity, a group of people who are misusing his voice and imitating his voice to say that they are running a parallel Kaun Banega Crorepati program. A fundamental right under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, the right to privacy includes the right to protect one's personality from misuse. That is also correct. All these statements are correct. C is the right answer. So these personality rights also become important considering what is happening around the world because of AI, what's happening because of Amitabh Bachchan case, and what is the legal precedence. That is it. We have one more question, I guess, from Indian Polity that we have to discuss. After that, Chethan sir would come and discuss questions related to international relations. Consider the following statements. To test the constitutional validity of the central laws lies within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of India. Incorrect. The special leave petition empowers the Supreme Court to grant special leave to appeal any judgment made by any court or any tribunal in the territory of India. Incorrect. Why? Excluding armed forces tribunal. So neither one nor two is the right answer. What do we mean by exclusive jurisdiction? And there is something called original jurisdiction. Let me spend 2 minutes on this. Supreme Court has the original jurisdiction to hear a case in the first instance. That means not through an appeal, but in the first instance. Directly you can file this case before the Supreme Court. And can you tell me any examples of original jurisdiction? For example, fundamental rights violation cases. You can approach the High Court under Article 32, but you can also, under Article 226, but you can also approach Supreme Court directly under Article 32. So Supreme Court has original jurisdiction to hear fundamental rights violation cases. But Supreme Court has the exclusive jurisdiction to hear a case when it alone can hear and determine that case. Does Supreme Court have exclusive jurisdiction on fundamental rights cases? No. Why? Because High Courts can also. Supreme Court has the exclusive jurisdiction to hear a case when it alone can hear and determine such a case. For example, Supreme Court has exclusive jurisdiction to hear President, Vice President election disputes, which no other court in this country can hear and determine. Similarly, it has exclusive jurisdiction to hear federal cases. A case involving dispute between center and the state, a case involving dispute between states on the one side and the other states on the other side. Supreme Court has the exclusive jurisdiction because such cases only the Supreme Court can hear and determine, no other court can. That's the exclusive jurisdiction. So central laws can be challenged in high courts as well. In fact, if you can remember the first amendment to the Indian Constitution that was triggered because the Patna High Court declared land reforms laws as unconstitutional, violative of right to property, which was then a fundamental right. So to test the constitutional validity of the central laws lies within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. No, it doesn't, because high courts also can. And the special leave petition under Article 136 empowers the Supreme Court to grant special leave to hear appeal against any judgment made by any court, any tribunal. But if it is any tribunal, one tribunal you have to exclude, which is Armed Forces Tribunal. That is what makes the statement incorrect. So both these statements are incorrect. The question is asking how many statements are correct. D, neither one nor two is the right answer. That is it from our discussion of polity related questions asked in Unacademy All India Prelims Mock Test number 1, which was held yesterday. I urge you to stay with us. Chethan sir would be discussing international relations questions, and then don't forget to take another test on the 29th of May, followed by the discussion of that question paper on the 30th of May. Then we will have the third mock test on the 2nd of June, and the discussion will be held on the 3rd of June. I'll take a pause here. I'll request Chethan sir to come and discuss the remaining topics. Stay with us.
Hello everyone, a very good afternoon and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Welcome to Unacademy's All India Prelims mock test. So before me, Sarmad sir has already discussed the polity questions. So I would just like to remind those viewers who have joined in later that we have been conducting these full-length mock tests to help you prepare for the upcoming prelims exam. Just yesterday, we held the first full-length mock test, and today we are conducting the analysis of the paper and discussing all the 100 questions that had appeared. So if you guys have missed out the first mock test, then don't worry, we have two more mock tests coming up. On May 29th and on June 2nd, we will conduct the second and third mock test, and I urge all of you to take up the test seriously. Just like this, we will have a discussion session for those full-length mock tests as well on 30th May and 3rd June. So today we are going to discuss the questions that had appeared in yesterday's mock test. So if you wish to register for the upcoming mock test, the links are provided in the video description. So now let's start with the questions that had come from international relations. Let's look at question number 89. This question was related to the IMEC corridor, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor project. The question says, consider the following statements regarding the IMEC project. The first statement reads, the corridor is a joint initiative of India, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates and the European Union, excluding other Middle Eastern countries. The second statement says the corridor is expected to facilitate trade by providing an alternative route that bypasses the Suez Canal. And the third statement says IMEC will consist of two separate corridors, namely the eastern and the northern corridor. And the last statement says IMEC aims to enhance connectivity and economic integration between India, the Middle East and Europe through a combination of rail connectivity, shipping lines, high-speed data cables and energy pipelines. So this was the given question. You need to identify how many of the statements are correct. Now first let me tell you why this topic is very important for the upcoming prelims. IMEC has been in the news over the last few months. Last year during the G20 summit, which was hosted by India, as India was holding the G20 presidency, there was one big announcement that came out at the end of the G20 summit. India, along with United States, along with few Middle Eastern powers or West Asian powers such as Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates and European powers including the European Union such as France, Germany and others, they collectively came together to announce one of the biggest connectivity projects that we have heard of late. In fact, the US was pushing for such global interconnectivity projects under its Partnership for Growth, Infrastructure and Investments or PGII. So under this broad framework, with the leadership of US, India, West Asian powers and European powers, this ambitious connectivity project was launched last year. Let me show you the map so that you will get a better idea regarding the proposed route, the corridors and the very purpose of this project. See, between India and Europe, there has always been a challenge when it comes to connectivity, because the traditional shipping route has been through the Red Sea. If you look at this route from Arabian Sea towards Bab el-Mandeb, right near Gulf of Aden, this has always been a choke point as far as commercial shipping is concerned. Plus near Horn of Africa, there have been multiple threats from piracy to terrorism, etc. They have always posed a threat to shipping in this region. Then if you look at the Red Sea, it has always been a narrow shipping route which heavily depends on the Suez Canal in Egypt, which is another choke point. Any adverse development at Suez Canal or in the Red Sea or near Bab el-Mandeb would cripple this choke point and it would affect the transit, the movement of ships between the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic. So there was a search from many decades for an alternate route, a more viable land-sea route, which would bring India closer not just to West Asia but to Europe as well. So this dream is being realized through the proposed IMEC project. This is also seen as a counter to China's Belt and Road Initiative, as China has expanded its influence through the Belt and Road Initiative across Asia, Africa and Europe, the democratic powers which have issues and hostility with China are aligning together to create alternate connectivity routes such as the IMEC corridor. The whole idea is to integrate India with West Asian markets and with European markets. So the idea is to bypass the Suez Canal, create alternate routes that complement the Red Sea route and establish this multimodal transit corridor so that a more efficient form of transportation can be established. This will reduce the time taken, it will reduce the cost involved in transportation and logistics, and more importantly, this route is supposed to be more stable, especially with regard to geopolitical tensions, which is quite rampant in this region. So that is one reason why IMEC becomes very important for our exams. And also you would know, after the Gaza war began, there have been a lot of tensions in the Red Sea because the Houthis of Yemen have been targeting commercial ships, and the Red Sea route has become even more riskier. So many Israeli American ships which have been targeted, they have been abandoning the Suez Canal Red Sea route and they have been taking a route around Africa, which increases the travel time and the transportation cost. So it's in these circumstances that IMEC corridor will have great potential. So this corridor is comprised of two separate units or separate entities. There is an eastern corridor which focuses on connecting India with West Asia. So this primarily would be a maritime link, a sea-based link through the Arabian Sea that would connect the major ports of India on the west coast like Mundra, Kandla ports in Gujarat, JNPT in Mumbai. These major western ports of India would be linked with the most important ports in UAE such as Jebel Ali, Fujairah and others. So from here, through a network of rail and road transportation, the goods can be transported via United Arab Emirates into Saudi territory. And from Saudi Arabia, the corridor will enter the northern sector. This would be the northern corridor, where the trade route would connect with Jordan and reach Israel's Haifa port, the strategic Haifa port of Israel that opens to the Mediterranean Sea. So the northern corridor aims to link West Asia with Europe, whereas the eastern part of this corridor links India with West Asia. So from here, from the Mediterranean, the route will connect with important European ports like the Piraeus port in Greece, Marseille in France, and it can be extended to Germany and other European countries. So now, if you come back to the question, we can easily say that statement 1 is incorrect because it does not exclude other Middle Eastern countries. That is where the statement goes wrong. As I mentioned, the project as of now involves these countries which are signatories to the IMEC project, but other West Asian countries such as Jordan, Israel, and in the future maybe other West Asian powers like Oman and others would also have an option to join the initiative if required. There is no such exclusion created for other Middle Eastern powers. So that is why statement 1 is incorrect. 2 and 3 are absolutely right. We just discussed these points. And the fourth statement is also correct because this is a multimodal transport corridor. It involves sea-based transportation, it involves rail-based connectivity, it also involves energy corridor to transport hydrogen and other energy supplies including electricity grids or power grids. The proposal also includes digital connectivity to establish digital connectivity between India, West Asia and Europe. So 2, 3, 4 are correct. The correct answer would be option C. Only 3 given statements are right. Now let's move on to question number 90. This question was related to OPEC, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. So there are 3 statements given related to OPEC and OPEC plus. So please read the statements. Meanwhile, I'll explain the context. I'll tell you why the topic is very important. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, OPEC and OPEC plus, both these organizations have been very much in the news. When the pandemic disrupted the global economy, OPEC and OPEC plus countries, they manipulated oil production. They altered their level of oil production in order to regulate the oil prices in the global oil market. So OPEC is essentially a grouping of oil exporting countries. OPEC plus is an expanded organization that brings few non-OPEC countries into the grouping as well. So it's often seen as a cartel. It functions like a cartel which fixes prices, regulates production, essentially controls the market and almost has a monopoly on the oil market. So the countries which are part of OPEC and OPEC Plus, they are not just major oil exporting countries, but they also play a critical role in the global economy, and in a way they can control global geopolitics by regulating oil production and oil prices. And especially after the Russia-Ukraine war began, and after Russia was targeted with economic sanctions by the Western countries, OPEC grouping and OPEC Plus, they have been assisting Russia to bypass the sanctions and still continue the export of Russian oil to other countries, including India. So even in this context, OPEC and OPEC Plus have been in the news. So let me just give you a brief background about OPEC and OPEC Plus, based on which questions can be asked by UPSC. See, the OPEC was established in 1960 in Baghdad, when the Baghdad Declaration was signed by 5 major oil exporting nations led by Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Iran, Iraq and Kuwait. So few West Asian oil exporting nations along with Venezuela came together to establish the OPEC as a pressure group, as an interest group to protect their oil markets, their control over oil prices and oil production. Gradually over the decades, many countries have joined the OPEC. From Qatar to Indonesia to Nigeria, many oil exporting nations have joined the group, and as of last year, there were 13 countries which were part of OPEC. But however, many countries have quit OPEC as well. See, OPEC's membership is open to any oil exporting nation, but the ideology of the country and the group should match. Sometimes there have been differences amongst the member countries which has led few OPEC members to quit, and some countries have rejoined and again quit as well. For example, if you look at Qatar, then Ecuador and even Indonesia, these countries have quit the organization, they are no longer members. The most recent country to quit was Angola. The African country of Angola terminated its membership earlier this year. So UPSC might focus on this. So today, how many members are there in OPEC? There are 12 member countries, not 13. Please be careful. So there are 12 member countries and I have given the entire list. Please take a look at this. There are few African countries, West Asian countries and South American countries which are the major oil exporting countries. So they have aligned with few non-OPEC countries. 10 non-OPEC countries have come together with OPEC countries to form OPEC Plus. So these 12 OPEC members, the 12 OPEC members along with 10 non-OPEC countries. So a total of 22 oil exporting nations have formed an enlarged group called OPEC Plus. It was established in 2017 after the US started becoming a major oil exporter because of its shale gas reserves. Some of you would have heard about the massive shale gas reserves of the US. So by 2016, the US was becoming a major exporter and it was disrupting the oil markets and oil prices. And thus, US was getting more significant geopolitically. So that is when the OPEC countries led by the non-OPEC countries such as Russia, they came together to expand the organization and establish the OPEC Plus. Is that clear? So these 10 non-OPEC countries which are part of OPEC Plus includes Russia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Bahrain, Brunei, Malaysia, Mexico, Oman, Sudan and South Sudan. So collectively these countries, they regulate their oil production levels and thus they manipulate the demand supply equation. Irrespective of what is the demand in the market, they will alter the supply by changing their production levels and thus they control the prices indirectly. This is what we call as a cartel. This is the cartelization of the oil industry. So there has been a lot of criticism as well against OPEC and OPEC Plus regarding the manner in which they have been functioning. Because every now and then, leading oil exporters like Russia and Saudi Arabia, they have misused their control over oil prices to use it for a geopolitical advantage. India, which is heavily dependent on oil imports from these very same countries, even we have been critical of the functioning of OPEC and OPEC Plus. So that is the reason why the topic becomes very important. Now let's take a quick look at the given statements. Statement 1 says, OPEC aims to manage the supply of oil in an effort to set the price of oil in the world market. This is absolutely correct. That's what we understood. OPEC countries and OPEC plus countries, they regulate their production levels and indirectly they play a role in setting the oil prices. Second statement is also correct. OPEC membership is open to any country that is a substantial exporter of oil which shares the ideals of the organization. There should be a synchronization, a harmony between the country which is seeking membership and the OPEC grouping. Only then the country is accepted as a member. So those who had differences later, they have quit the organization. That's why many members have quit. Some have rejoined and later quit again. And the third statement is also correct. OPEC plus includes the 12 OPEC countries plus 10 non-OPEC countries. So all three statements are correct. But the question is asking, which of the above statements are incorrect? So what's the right answer? Option D, none. None of the statements are incorrect. Now let's look at question number 91. This question is about Interpol, which was also in the news. Which of the following statements is correct with regarding to Interpol? So again, let me give you the context. This is another important topic and we do expect UPSC to ask a possible question on the Interpol. The International Criminal Police Organization. It was established in the year 1923 and it is headquartered in the city of Lyon in France. Since then, Interpol has been playing a pivotal role in establishing cooperation and coordination between police and law enforcement agencies around the world. The topic becomes very important for the upcoming exam because last year marked the 100th anniversary of Interpol. India hosted a very important Interpol summit as well. Plus, India has raised many notice requests through the Interpol. For example, for certain wanted terrorists belonging to Khalistani outfits, we have raised requests through Interpol to get them arrested or seeking more information on them with the help of other countries. Then recently in the Prajwal Revanna scandal that broke out, after the MP fled India, Karnataka government approached the center, the CBI, and India has issued a blue corner notice through the Interpol which asks for more information about a wanted individual. So in this context, Interpol has been in the news regularly and it can be a very important topic. So what does Interpol exactly do? See, many people have a wrong assumption that Interpol is like an intelligence agency or a police force. It's incorrect. Interpol is not a police force. Even though the name says International Criminal Police Organization, it's not a law enforcement agency, it's not a police force of its own. It doesn't have any enforcement powers, it doesn't have any executive powers of its own. It's only a coordinating platform. It only helps the police and law enforcement agencies of all the countries. There are 196 member states which are part of Interpol. It will assist them in sharing information about wanted criminals, missing a person, or in helping in an investigation. The purpose is to tackle all types of crimes, especially organized crime, terrorism, money laundering, drug trafficking, even cyber crimes, and even cases involving sexual exploitation, child sexual abuse. So all such criminal offences become the focus area of Interpol, where it assists the police and law enforcement agencies of other countries by sharing information, by sharing the required data, and if required, by executing an arrest with the help of the police and law enforcement agencies of other countries. So based on this, if you go through the statements, we can say statement A is incorrect because it was founded in 1923, but it's not headquartered in Greece, it's headquartered in France. Interpol is a police force. That's where the statement is wrong. It's not a police force and it actually has 196 member states. So B is also incorrect. C is definitely right. That is the correct answer. It primarily functions as an information sharing network that enables the national police forces to cooperate to tackle all these crimes that are listed over here. So Interpol has a notice system, a color coded notice system. There are 8 types of notices that can be raised. Is that clear? Now I want all of you to take this as an assignment, as a homework. Please read about these color coded notices. There is a red corner notice, yellow notice, blue notice, etc. It will take just 5 minutes of your effort. Please read about the 8 color coded notices issued through Interpol and please mention the points in the comment section so it can help other aspirants as well. So please note, from India, the CBI is the nodal authority to engage with the Interpol. This is also another important point. The Central Bureau of Investigation is the liaison from India to coordinate with the Interpol. So CBI is like the POC, the point of contact. Let's say a state police force, they are tracking few wanted criminals, or they want some information about a wanted criminal who is absconding, who is hiding in a foreign country. So the police and law enforcement agencies will approach the CBI. They'll urge the CBI to raise a request with Interpol, and CBI will take it forward. So if Interpol agrees with our assessment, with the evidence and information we have provided, it will issue those notices, and accordingly the other countries will help our police and law enforcement agencies. So option C is correct. D is incorrect because Interpol does maintain a database of DNA profiles, fingerprints, and other biometric information regarding wanted criminals, terrorists, etc. So C becomes the right answer here. Now let's look at question number 97. Which of the following best describes R2P doctrine, responsibility to protect doctrine, in international relations? This is another important topic which was in the news because of the Russia-Ukraine war and also due to the Gaza war. In the context of the Ukraine war, Russia is accused of committing mass crimes against civilians. It's accused of violating international law. It's accused of committing crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity. Israel faces similar allegations regarding disproportionate use of force against Palestinian civilians. Israel has been accused of genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes and crimes against humanity. So in this context, R2P doctrine becomes very important. What is R2P? Responsibility to protect. This doctrine was adopted by the United Nations in 2005 during the UN World Summit. It was based on the experience of the 1990s, where the world witnessed some brutal genocides, war crimes and ethnic cleansing campaigns being committed. I'm sure many of you would have heard about the genocide in Rwanda, the mass ethnic cleansing that occurred in the Balkan region, in Yugoslavia, Serbia, Kosovo region. So following these brutal incidents where armed forces and states were involved in targeting civilians, committing mass crimes against civilians, these conflicts, it triggered the conscience of the world. It brought about a debate regarding the responsibility of all the countries to protect innocent civilians from such acts of genocides, war crime, crimes against humanity, etc. So following this, an international committee was established through the United Nations on the concept of intervention and state sovereignty. So through the 1990s, the concept was developed, and in 2001, the concept of R2P was proposed by this International Committee on Intervention and State Sovereignty, which was later adopted by the UN in 2005. So according to the doctrine of R2P, the UN can authorize, that is the UN Security Council, which has a mandate to maintain peace and security and protect human rights. It can authorize the use of force and even sanctions to punish a certain state or its armed forces or any other threat actor who is posing a major threat to civilian population or who is committing mass atrocities against civilians in any conflict. This doctrine has been invoked during the civil war in Libya, during the Arab Spring pro-democracy revolutionary movement that spread across Middle East, North Africa. Libya was also affected, which led to a civil war in the country from 2011. So here, the concept of R2P was allegedly misused by some of the permanent members of UNSC. The 5 permanent members which enjoy the veto power, right, they have often misused R2P, especially US, UK and France. These 3 Western powers, they wanted to use the opportunity in Libya created by the civil war to carry out regime change, to basically remove Gaddafi from power. So they secured the approval of UNSC under R2P doctrine and carried out a military intervention in Libya. They stated their goal was to protect the civilians, but the true intention was to secure their own geopolitical interests. So every now and then concept of R2P has been criticized as well, because UNSC has complete control over how R2P would be employed by the UN, right? If authorization is given by UNSC, there can be a UN-led intervention in another country to protect civilians from genocide, from mass ethnic cleansing and war crimes. So that is the whole purpose of the R2P doctrine, but it has been controversial because some permanent members have often misused the doctrine. So what's the correct answer? Option C is your right answer. Now let's move on to question number 98. This question is related to India-Myanmar relations. Consider the following regarding the free movement regime between India and Myanmar. I'm sure all of you know why India-Myanmar relations are in the news. India has recently suspended the free movement regime because India's argument is that this regime, which allowed the free movement of people along the India-Myanmar border, has allegedly been misused by illegal migrants, insurgents and criminals. The problems in Manipur, the ethnic tensions in Manipur and other security threats we have faced in the northeast have been linked with this free movement regime which was established. So the government of India has said that we are suspending the free movement regime and we are going to fence the India-Myanmar border. So that is why this question has been asked. So let's look at statement number 1. The MHA recently announced plans to fence the entire length of the border to restrict the free flow of people. This statement is absolutely correct. See, free movement regime, it actually has a colonial origin, a British origin. When British India and Burma were both British colonies, to allow the free movement of people in the border areas, the British had implemented a visa-free system near the border villages. So people can easily move around to engage in border trade or to promote cultural ties, to meet their family members, etc. So this system was continued post-independence between India and Myanmar, and it was institutionalized by 1967. We renewed this arrangement recently in 2018, and under the free movement regime, those border villages which are located within 16 kilometers from the international border. So the residents of these villages, they will have visa-free access to the other country. They need not get visas every time they seek to travel to the other side. So this was seen as largely beneficial for the bilateral relationship because it would benefit border trade, it would promote the cultural relations. But of late it has become a matter of concern because this sensitive border is highly porous. We share a 1,643 kilometer border, as the second statement is saying, right? It is shared with states like Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh. These are the border states. But problem is, it's a highly porous border. The terrain is very complicated. You have dense forests and jungles, mountains and rivers cutting across. So it has always enabled infiltration from the other side. Insurgents have benefited in the northeast. Organized criminals involved in drug trafficking, arms trafficking, they have benefited from the porous border that exists here. Many of the security problems have been linked with the border security issue. So that is why the MHA said that we are suspending the free movement regime and we are going to fence this entire border. So it was in this context that the question was asked. So all three statements are correct. Question is asking which of the statements are not correct. So right answer would be option D, none of them. Please look at the map of the region as well, just the border area, so that you are familiar with the India-Myanmar border. The states that share the boundary include Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur and Mizoram. The length of the border is 1,643 kilometers. All right. So just be familiar with some of the places mentioned here as well, like More, Zoaktar. These are border towns located in India. More is in Manipur and Zoaktar is in Mizoram. These are very important commercial towns which are important for connectivity and trade with Myanmar. So just be familiar with this and also be familiar with Rakhine state, Chin state and as well as the Shan state. Because in all these regions of Myanmar, conflict has been raging due to the civil war, where ethnic armed groups and pro-democracy groups have rebelled against the military regime. So that is also in the news and very important for our exams. Now coming to the last IR question, question number 100. It's related to the Weimar Triangle. Consider the following statements regarding the Weimar Triangle. It was established in 1991 as a regional alliance fostering collaboration between France, Germany and Italy. The alliance aimed to facilitate reconciliation between these three countries following the Second World War. First, let me give you the answer and then I'll quickly explain the topic. Both the statements are wrong, both are incorrect. So, correct answer is D, neither 1 nor 2. That is your right answer. Weimar Triangle has been in the news again because of the Russia-Ukraine war. As Russia has threatened the security of Europe, it has created a lot of tensions across European countries. That is why the Weimar Triangle countries, France, Germany, Poland, they revived the group to focus on the security and politics of Europe. This group was established in 1991 after the end of the Cold War. Is that clear? So it does not include Italy. That's why the statement is wrong. I'm sure you guys remember the background to the Second World War and what happened during the Second World War. Germany had invaded Poland, right? And after the World War ended, there was always a divide between the Western democratic states and the Eastern communist states. So Poland was under the influence of communism, under the influence of Soviet Union, right? Whereas West Germany was with West European powers and the US, but East Germany was communist. So to address this divide between Germany and Poland, Weimar Triangle was conceptualized in 1991 after the Cold War came to an end. France was the initiator with Germany and Poland. These three countries focus on their political relations, their cultural relations, and of late they are focusing more on defense and security as well. They want to work together to strengthen the security of Europe, to bring the politics of Europe together so they can jointly oppose the Russian aggression. That is the reason why the topic is in news and both statements are incorrect here. So option D becomes the correct answer. So on this note, I bring my discussion to an end, but don't go anywhere because now Abhishek sir will be taking up all the history questions that had appeared in the mock test. So we hope the questions and the session has been helpful. If you feel these initiatives are useful for your preparation, please let us know in the comments. Don't forget to press that like button and subscribe to our channel and also share the link of these videos with other aspirants as well. So just wait for a minute. Abhishek sir will join very soon and take up the history questions. Thank you.
Welcome back. So now we'll be discussing the history questions. Now the number of questions which came in this examination was 16. This is a very representative number for the examination itself. For the past 3 years, 16 to 17 questions are coming. You can see this go up till 20 or 15 or 14 in the examination. And out of these 16 questions, most of the questions were analytical. 2 to 3 questions I would argue would be a little bit more factual and could have been left out. So out of the 16, in the examination, if you were able to get 10 to 12 correct, you have the right score for history for clearing this mock itself and clearing the examination itself. This is a very important technique you should know, wherein 25% of the questions will always be difficult. So get your 75-80% questions correct and then move on to the next subject itself. In the examination, you should have this ability to understand and gauge the level of difficulty in the examination. So with this, let's look at the history questions. The first is question number 41, a new pattern which was introduced last year, which is statement 1 and statement 2. So let's read it out. It's a small archaeological site located south of the city of Chethan in Haryana, attributed to the Indus Valley civilization. Statement 2, it is renowned for the earliest evidence of ginger cultivation in the Indian subcontinent. Now you have to decide if both the statements are correct and is second statement the correct explanation for the first statement, or there is a wrong statement in either, or both are correct but the second is not explaining the first. Now in this type of question, which has a factual plus a conceptual understanding, the problem is, first you have to understand, is Balu a Indus Valley civilization site? This is the first thing you should know. Second, is it in Haryana? Then further, is it known for the first evidence of ginger? If you look at these 4 basic metrics, you should know and you should have an understanding of this site, its location, what civilization it belongs to and what it is known for. Now here, the first statement is correct. Balu was in the news, and Balu was in the news because of the second statement itself. I will tell you what is wrong with the second statement. It is a very important site located in the Haryana part of the Indus Valley civilization, and further, it is not renowned for ginger, but it has yielded the earliest evidence of garlic. This is why it was in the news, because garlic evidences, we have now recently ascertained through the ASI that the earliest evidence of garlic has been found in the Indian subcontinent in Balu. That is why this question was asked. So therefore, the first statement is correct and the second statement is incorrect. Now you may know this. If you don't know this, learn this, which is Balu, Indus Valley civilization, Haryana. Over and above that, not ginger but garlic, and this is why this question was asked in this examination. Let's move to the next question. Which of the following statements accurately describes a key feature of the Vedic period in ancient India? Now here you should have an understanding of the concepts, the features, and this is a fairly easy question if you have an understanding of the Vedic period. So the early Vedic period primarily focused on agricultural advancements, with the later Vedic period saw rise of urban centers and trade. The Rig Veda, composed during the early Vedic period, contains hymns dedicated to the deities like Indra and Agni, whereas the later Vedic texts like Upanishads emphasize philosophical concepts and spiritual knowledge. The early Vedic period saw the establishment of a large kingdom or large kingdoms and complex political structures, while the later Vedic period was characterized by small tribal assemblies and clan-based governance. And last but not the least, both the early and the later Vedic period strictly prohibited, the word strictly is important, the practice of animal sacrifice in religious rituals, emphasized non-violence and vegetarianism. Now here, there are multiple catches in each of these statements. Let's go into each one of them. So the early Vedic period primarily focused on agriculture advancement? No, this is a wrong statement, because the early Vedic period is known for pastoralism and not for agriculture. So this becomes incorrect, and the second part was though correct, but the first part was incorrect. Then we have early Vedic period saw the establishment of large kingdoms. Again incorrect, this is actually reversed. The later Vedic period is known for the rise of Janapads, which will later become Mahajanpads. On the other hand, the early Vedic period is known for clan-based tribal polities. Last, we have both. So this is also incorrect. D, which is both early Vedic and later Vedic period strictly prohibited the practice of animal sacrifices. No, both early and later Vedic period had a lot of obsession with sacrifices, and therefore this is also an incorrect statement. And the right answer is B, which is the Rig Veda has an emphasis on Indra, Agni, Varun, which are the naturalistic gods. On the other hand, Upanishads, which are the last part, the Vedant, Vedoka Ant Vedant, they have a lot of philosophical knowledge which is captured in the later Vedic text. So this is a very, very good question for the examination, needs a lot of in-depth knowledge, and concepts of the period need to be very, very well known, and I hope that you got this question correct. With this, let's move to the 43rd question, and this is based on current affairs straight. Again, a very interesting question. We did one of these questions in Conquer Prelims also, but it's a modified form and it looks at the larger space of Maratha military landscapes. So, the Maratha military landscapes nominated for the UNESCO World Heritage List for 2024-25, you have to consider the following three statements. The nomination includes a total number of 12 forts primarily located in Maharashtra, 1 fort in Tamil Nadu. These forts are strategically integrated within the diverse geographical terrain of the Sahyadri Mountains, the Konkan Coast, Deccan Plateau and the Eastern Ghats. Last but not the least, all nominated forts were constructed solely during the reign of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, which is correct. Only 1, only 2, only 3 and none. Now, this makes this question a little bit interesting because firstly, you cannot find 1 and 2, 1 and 3. This is not there. So, even if you know one of the statements, you need to now know them absolutely. Now, let's try to analyze each of these statements in its own logic and very, very independently of the next statement itself. So, this is totally correct because yes, 12 forts have been nominated. This is something you should know by now because it's a very important topic generally. And the other anomaly which you should know and is correct also, that out of the 12, 11 are in Maharashtra, 1 is in Tamil Nadu, which is a very interesting aspect. A fort which is very, very important for the Bay of Bengal sector and not that the Arabian Sea. The second statement, so this is a correct statement. The second statement talks about the geography of these forts itself. So, it's talking about the Sahyadri Mountains, Konkan Coast, Deccan Plateau and Eastern Ghats. So, the point is, if you don't know that this statement is correct, you will not get this point totally correct. So, if you know that one of the forts is in Tamil Nadu, you will automatically be able to come to the conclusion that yes, you have the second statement also as correct because all of these, which is Sahyadri Mountains, Konkan Coast, Deccan Plateau is all correct for Maharashtra, but Eastern Ghats will only be for the Gingi fort which is in Tamil Nadu. Now, the last one is all nominated forts were constructed solely during Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's reign. Now, here it is an extreme statement which is not all of them were constructed under him, and though most were conquered by him, construction, for example, of Lohagarh or Suvarnadurg happened much before the Marathas came into power. For example, Lohagarh is since the Chalukyan times or Suvarnadurg was under the Bijapur rulers. So, now there are two statements which are correct, one is incorrect. Just to refresh your memory, please understand where they are placed and what is their geography. So, Salher, Shivneri, Lohagarh and you have Raigad, Rajgarh and Gingi, which are hill forts. This you should remember generally. Pratapgarh is hill forest fort, which is that it's an extension of a forest into a hill. Then you have the Panhala, which is a hill plateau fort. Further, Vijayadurg is a coastal fort and Kandheri, Suvarnadurg and Sindhudurg are island forts. So, this is a very interesting mix of what we call as forts and where they are placed. Further, they all don't come under, and Gingi fort is the one which is basically in Tamil Nadu. All of them don't come under the same authority also. Shivneri, Lohagarh, Raigad, Suvarnadurg, Palgana, Panhala and Vijayadurg and Sindhudurg along with Gingi come under ASI. On the other hand, Salher, Rajgarh, Khanderi and Pratapgarh come under the Maharashtra government itself. This is a very important distinction. So you have seen 2-3 type of questions on this topic. This is the only space where there has been no question till this point, which is what is the authority which is looking after these 12 forts itself. So very interesting question, again based on a very standard current affairs which has been in the news. Let's move to question number 44. Cripps mission, a very standard question coming from modern India. Modern India, you should expect one question for sure on constitutional history, be it August offer, Cripps mission, cabinet mission, very, very important. First, the Cripps mission was a British initiative aimed at proposing constitutional reform for India during the Second World War. The Cripps mission offered immediate and unconditional independence to India after the war itself. The Indian National Congress accepted the proposal of the Cripps mission. The Cripps mission proposed the formation of an interim government with significant Indian representation to oversee the country's administration during the war. Which of the statements is correct? Again, statement based question with this combination becomes difficult. Now, out of these 4, 2 are outrightly very, very obviously wrong, which is the Indian National Congress never accepted the Cripps mission. This everybody knows, which is that the INC would never accept either the August offer or the Cripps mission because they had within themselves the dominion status word itself and the concept. I will discuss the provisions with you just as a form of revision, but this is incorrect. On the second hand, the government or the British East India the British government itself, the British government of India never, and under Linlithgow it would never accept unconditional independence. Again, this is an incorrect statement because they were only ready to give dominion, and that to the concept of within or without the Commonwealth, which I will discuss what it means. Was the Cripps mission initiative during the war as a constitutional reform? It was Churchill's last major attempt to, in a way, get the Indians on board in the war effort itself. So this is right. And the fourth is also correct. So here 2 statements are correct, which is that the formation of the interim government or the Constituent Assembly as quoted under the Cripps mission was a very important concept and a change from the August offer where it said mainly to a significantly larger number of Indians represented within this through either proportional representation or nomination. Now, just to revise this concept, please understand that the Cripps mission, there are 4 major provisions. The first one being that you have dominion status being given, but there was a difference between August offer and Cripps mission vis-a-vis dominion status with the option to leave, the Commonwealth. Commonwealth is a sanitized word for the British Empire. This is a very important point. In August offer, it said within the Commonwealth. Here you had the option to first get independence or dominion status within the Commonwealth itself and then leave the Commonwealth. Second was the concept of a Constituent Assembly, and that Constituent Assembly was now going to be formed by proportional representation through the provinces, and on the other hand you had nomination through the princely states. This was again a change over the August offer, where August offer just said in 1940 that we will only give you a Constituent Assembly mainly comprising of Indians. Mainly could mean 10, 15, and there was no way to decide how these Indians entered into that Constituent Assembly. The third and the fourth are the problematic aspects of the Cripps mission. One is called the partition clause, which is that each of the provinces had an option to leave the union if they did not want to be with that dominion itself. And the fourth one was minorities clause, which is that minorities' consent was needed for any form of constitutional development, thereby basically putting a speed breaker in the process of independence. So this is a very interesting and important question. I hope that you will now not make any mistake with regards to Cripps mission. Cripps mission, August offer, cabinet mission, Wavell plan, and all constitutional development between 1773 to 1858 and then 1935 Government of India Act. These are areas you should and have to revise because very, very important in the larger context. With this, let's move to question number 45. This is a very good question. Checks your understanding of the national movement. So you need to know the events here, but you also need to know the larger concepts related to it. So the disillusionment resulting from the suspension of the non-cooperation movement nudged many of the younger Indian nationalists towards the conclusion that that India would not be able to overthrow or throw off the colonial yoke through non-violence. So, it is talking about the conclusion which the younger Indian nationalists came to vis-a-vis India not being able to throw the colonial yoke, which is the colonial government itself, through non-violence. Second statement, the non-cooperation movement was suspended by Mahatma Gandhi in 1922 after the violent process at Chauri Chaura in Uttar Pradesh. Now, this is straight away linked to the anniversary of Chauri Chaura, and it's a very interesting question because it checks your understanding. Now, the second statement is totally correct, which is that 1922 Chauri Chaura, as it is, non-cooperation movement and Khilafat was overheating. There was no conclusion which was coming through. Khilafat itself was wavering around, and Gandhi needed a truce, which is within his struggle to struggle model, he needed a truce. That truce was because the movement was overheating, people were fatiguing. So now there was a need to find a truce itself. And that truce came from a very small village, Chauri Chaura, where 26 policemen were burnt in February of 1922. And this became a violent movement. It is not that in non-cooperation there was no violence, but the timing of this violence was very, very important. Now, based on this, Gandhi will suspend and then stop the non-cooperation. This moment is considered as a moment of disillusionment, which makes the second or the first statement also correct, which is yes, it disillusioned a lot of the rank and file in the INC plus the major leaders itself, Subhash Chandra Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru, even the other subsidiaries of the INC at this point of time were shocked at the decision that why did Gandhi stop this movement. Gandhi in a way was finding a truce, but was also avoiding another Jallianwala Bagh, because whenever there was Indian violence and Europeans were dead, it was always followed by a major moment of colonial violence, for example, Amritsar violence and Jallianwala Bagh. Therefore, in order to avoid another Jallianwala Bagh, he will also court arrest, and with his arrest, the colonial government will change its orientation. Now, is the second statement the correct explanation for the first statement? Yes. Here, the answer is A. The fact that the younger Indian nationalists will become disillusioned by the fact that non-violence and satyagrah is not going to work and the Swarajist no changers phase is going to come. Therein lies the reason, because Chauri Chaura was not a very big incident, but Gandhi used it to stop it. So now they saw that if satyagrah is always going to stop at any form of violence, we will never get independence through satyagrah itself. Therefore, the second statement is the correct explanation of the first statement and is very well linked to the larger idea of why did Gandhi stop the non-cooperation, and also what are the voices of the nation after 1922, wherein we will have the second phase of revolutionary activities, the Swarajist no changer debate itself, and all of this is linked to the fact that satyagrah as a method was now being questioned. A very interesting question related to a larger concept of national movement. This is a very representative question. So, I hope you are getting these type of questions correct in the examination, because the UPSC will ask you Chauri Chaura in some way or the other, either prelims or mains, but it will come in some form or the other. With this, let us move to question number 46. This is medieval, and it is a simple question if you have a basic understanding of medieval economics, Alauddin Khilji, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, basic things. Alauddin implemented fixed prices in the market to ensure general prosperity and to stabilize the economy, as mentioned in Amir Khusro's Zain-ul-Futut. You have Banjaras were the nomadic traders who transported grains from villages to towns. Muhammad bin Tughlaq revoked the control price reform of Alauddin Khilji. Now, very clearly this one is totally correct, which is Banjaras, nomadic traders, were the link between the countryside and the urban sector or the towns, and their voluntary movement was now made mandatory. Over and above that, they were now registered and their families were kept hostage when they were moving from the countryside to the urban space. This was to stop any form of hoarding, and this brings us to the motive of Alauddin Khilji. Now, here, because it is quoting Amir Khusro's Zain-ul-Futut, firstly you need to know that is Zain-ul-Futut actually a text of Amir Khusro? It is. This is the difficult part of this question. But what was the motive of Alauddin Khilji with regards to the economy itself? See, Alauddin Khilji market reforms, price control were directly related to the Mongol threat and to have a very big standing army. Now, this part is totally correct, which is stabilizing the economy, because he wanted to stabilize the economy in a certain space where he could easily have a very big army at a very low cost to the treasury. However, the first part of the statement is not actually something which he wanted, but was Amir Khusro's projection towards the motives of Alauddin Khilji, which is ensure general prosperity. This is a generic statement. If Amir Khusro's Zayn-ul-Futut was not written, this would be an incorrect statement, because Alauddin Khilji was not doing it for the general prosperity of India or for Delhi itself. It was a very specific measure with regards to stabilization of economy and price control. So this is the catch why this statement also becomes correct. Now, after that, the third statement itself is a very absolute statement. If you have any understanding of how the Khiljis and the Tughlaqs ruled, this is incorrect, and you get only two correct statements here, wherein it was not Muhammad bin Tughlaq but Kutubuddin Mubarak Shah who actually revoked the second successor. You have Jalaluddin, then Alauddin, then you have Shahabuddin Omar, and then you have Kutubuddin Mubarak Shah. And he is the one who will basically revoke the price control measures of, it was a Khilji who removed the Khilji reforms itself. So you have two statements correct. So easy question if you have basic understanding of medieval India. You should not be leaving these type of questions because they are giveaways by the UPSC, because these are not factually difficult questions. You only need a basic conceptual understanding of that period. With this, let's move to question number 47. This is again based on implications. This is a very interesting question, and you should be able to apply your knowledge. And if you are applying your knowledge, this is an area which UPSC has made a staple out of, which is Mongols. Mongol threat we have got in the past 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, we are getting on and off in 2021, 2022, one question straightforward. 2023 we did not have it, but in 2019 again we had it. So it's becoming a very important area, much like advent of Europeans, for UPSC to ask a question. So therefore it becomes important. During the medieval period in India, the Mongol threat posed a significant challenge to various ruling dynasties. Which of the following statements or statement best describes the impact of Mongol threat on medieval India? So it's asking about the impact, it's asking you to apply your knowledge. It affected only the eastern regions of India and thereby sparing the southern kingdoms from invasion. It led to the establishment of a unified defense mechanism among the Indian kingdoms, resulting in greater cooperation and alliances. It contributed to the decline of the Delhi Sultanate, weakening its control over its vast territories. It was successfully repelled by the Indian rulers, resulting in minimal disruption to the existing political order. Now, if you look at this question, there are certain factual incorreccies, which is that you can find an incorrect statement by just looking at the fact itself, and further there are certain implications which make no sense. First and foremost, this statement goes out because there is a factual incorrect aspect here, which is the factually incorrect aspect here is eastern regions of India. It would be northwestern sector, it would have to be northwestern. Eastern regions more or less did not get any form of rippling effect also of Mongol invasions. This is incorrect. If this was northern India, then it would have been correct, because it only impacted in most cases the northern parts of India, not the southern parts. So this is incorrect. Then you have it led to the establishment of unified defense mechanism. Unified defense mechanism is not a feature of medieval itself. Medieval is known for feudatory mentality, feudatory politics, very narrow minded responses, and the different states don't care, which is I don't care policy or it's your problem policy, wherein no feudatory, no regional kingdom was actually responding to the other's plight itself. So there's no unified defense mechanism wherein greater cooperation. That is not the case. Last is successfully repelled by the Indian rulers. Firstly, be it Mongols, be it Ghazni, Ghazni was not a successful campaign itself, and further when we take into account Tamr Shirin, this is an incorrect statement, because yes, Iltutmish was able to do it, Balban was able to do it, we have Alauddin Khilji's response, but Muhammad bin Tughlaq's response was not actually good, and Indian rulers again would be a put-off. Basically, it's trying to push the early medieval argument in the medieval sector itself. But again, the word successfully itself is a factually incorrect aspect of this statement. So the answer becomes, it contributed to the decline of Delhi Sultanate, yes, because Tamr Shirin impacted Muhammad bin Tughlaq's reign very badly, and thereafter Timur, though technically not fully a Mongol, is a Turco-Mongol, will in turn lead to the destruction of the main dynasties of the Delhi Sultanate and the establishment of the Sayyids in India. So therefore, C becomes the correct statement here, and again a very interesting question based on application of knowledge and implications. This is very, very important in the larger context. 48. This is a difficult question because it's a purely factual question. If you left it in the examination, you should actually do it, because it is something, if you know it, you get the 2 marks. If you don't know it, don't take a negative. So if you did not attempt this question, that is a better strategy by randomly guessing the answer. So which of the following statements explains the significance of the term Nidhan Katha? Now, as I said, there is no way you can come to the answer through logic here. It has to be correct or incorrect in your mind through your residual knowledge. So Jain versions of stories of the Pandavas, Kauravas, Lord Krishna, Balram, no. Sacred biography of the Vaishnava saints has nothing to do with Vaishnavism. The poems in which the verses are arranged in a thematic sequence, again a random statement which is given. And D is the answer here. It is actually these life stories of Gautam Buddha, and it discusses the 3 life stories or connected life stories of Buddha, vis-a-vis being a Bodhisattva, then Gautam Buddha, which is Siddhartha, and thereafter his journey after he met his parinirvana. So therefore, this question, there is no trick, and if you know it, you know it. We have given you this terminology because it was used in a certain context in the newspaper, so it is related to current affairs. So I hope you will learn this. If they ask you this question, okay, when it comes to Buddhist terminologies, there is no end to it. So you can either learn the finite 10 to 15, 20 basic terms which are very, very important, and thereafter you have to make peace with that, because there is no end to learning the Buddhist terminologies. Now, in this type of question, don't attempt it if you have no idea. Do not take a negative with the cutoffs going at the levels of 75 nowadays. Please make sure that you minimize your negative in that regard. With this, let's move to question number 49. This is the second difficult question which I told you, which is straight away a factual question, but comes in the examination from time to time. With reference to ancient Indian history, consider the following pairs. Literary works, authors. Adi Purana, Ramchandra Charitra Purana, and we have the Mahapurana. You have Nagchandra, Chavunda Raya, and Pampa, which are correctly matched here. Now here, very simply, all are Jain texts and none of them are actually correctly matched. So here none. See, Pampa is the author of Adi Purana, and it refers to the life of the first Jina itself, which is Rishabhnath. And thereafter you have Nagachandra, who has written the text which is the Ramayana in the Jain text itself, or is the Jain Ramayana itself. And then you have Chavundaraya, who has written the Mahapurana, very important text. It has this what we call as the sayings or the philosophy of the 24 Tirthankaras in it. So this again The texts itself are important, but again, if you did not get this question, do not feel disheartened. It's a properly factual question, because at the end of the day, you can't get to the answers of these if you have no idea whatsoever. One of these actually, or two of these texts were actually in 2023 paper. So we were basically checking if you are learning those at least, because they can help you in elimination. With this, let's move to question number 50. Again, a fairly easy question, because there are multiple hints which have been dropped, which brings you to the right question itself, or right option itself. Consider the following statements regarding a personality. He was born as Mool Shankar Tiwari in 1824. He campaigned for the education of women as well as against the regressive practices of child marriage. He advocated Vedic education for all castes. A major part of his mission was to address the fragmented nature of Hindu society. So, Devendranath Tagore, Swamy Dayanand Saraswati, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Gopal Hari Deshmukh. Here, straight away it is Dayanand Saraswati, because when we look at Vedic education, go back to the Vedas is a very important giveaway here generally. And further, the revivalists and the reformists, he being a revivalist, have the basic same targets, which is for women's education, against child marriage, and for widow remarriage. And he talked about how Hindu society over the years of evolution had got fragmented, and there was a need to bring them under one fold, and therein lies the idea of Vedas being that text which is infallible and becomes the purest revivaled, or what we call as revived form of Hinduism, which can bring everyone together. So there were a lot of additions which were made across Hinduism when it was evolving. So we need to go back to the original form, which is the Vedic text, therein being a revivalist. So again, an easy question, because again he was in the news, it's related to current affairs, but neither Tagore, neither Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar or Gopal Hari Deshmukh have talked about the Vedas in that regard. Okay. Question number 81, again a fairly easy question. So there were 3 easy questions, 2 very difficult questions, and then all other questions were moderate. Shanti Niketan, which became India's 41st World Heritage Site. Here, one of the world's renowned Vishwa Bharati University, built based on the Brahmacharya Ashram model. Who is the founder of this university? So, it is either Swami Vivekanand, Rabindranath Tagore, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, or Devendranath Tagore. Here again the answer is Rabindranath Tagore, but there is a catch. This question is checking one very important thing. If you talk about the place Shanti Niketan, the place where Vishwa Bharati University is placed, that was found by Rabindranath Tagore, which is the father of Rabindranath Tagore. However, at that place Shanti Niketan, based on the Brahmacharya Ashram model, it is Rabindranath Tagore who will establish Vishwa Bharati University. So you can get confused between these two, but there's a catch. If it is talking about Vishwa Bharati University, it has to be Rabindranath Tagore. If it is asking about the original place Shanti Niketan, where the whole establishment is there, that is Devendranath Tagore and not Rabindranath Tagore. So again, a very easy question if you are following current affairs. We have covered this in Conquer Prelims, both app and on YouTube, and I hope that you are a part of that also. With this, let's look at question number 82. Again, a fairly easy question, but if you have your concepts clear. This is again because you have the very important Ram temple in the news itself. So Nagara style was in the news, so you should know the basic features of that. Gopuram, Vimana, Amlaka, Shikhara. Which of the following are associated with the Nagara style of architecture? It's a very fairly easy question. Amlak and Shikhar are the only ones. So only 2. Gopuram and Vimana are Dravida terms. This gives me an opportunity to revise this with you. So you have the concept of a Garbhagriha, a curvy linear Shikhar, along with Amlak and Kalash, along with the Mandap, and the initial part of it are the Mandap, and thereafter you have the raised platform on which you have the Pitha. So this is the Pitha, sometimes also called Jagati, and this is the Garbhagriha. Thereafter you have the Shikhar, which is the curvilinear tower, the Amlaka, and on top of it Kalasha. So these two were asked, Amlak and Kalash and Shikhar. Further you have the congregation hall, which is Mandapa, and here you have the Ardhamandap, which is the entrance itself, and then mostly stairs, no water tank and no boundary wall with entry gate. Now in Dravida things change. You have a bigger complex with the very important addition and very important generally Gopuram, which is the entry gate. You have a boundary wall along with a water tank, a very standard feature of Dravida. Now in Dravida what happens is Garbhagriha remains the same, the Mandap remains the same, even the Ardhamandap remains the same. There is no raised platform here, but here the curvilinear tower or the stepped tower is actually called Vimana, and the top is called Shikhara. So the catch here is that the terminologies change. Here the curvilinear tower along with the Amlak and the Kalash, Amlak, Kalash and Shikhar, and on the other hand in Dravida we have a stepped pyramid, very beautifully decorated Vimana, and then you have certain projections made on the top, and this becomes Shikhar, this becomes Vimana. So the Vimana of Dravida is nothing but the Shikhar of Nagara, and the Amlak Kalash of Nagara is named as Shikhar in Dravida. A lot of students get confused here, so I hope this should be properly in your mind by now. Temple architecture has been in the news quite a lot with Ayodhya Ram temple there. It is very important that you remember these terminologies. There are further terminologies which are there, which we discuss in class, but I hope these are basic terminologies which you would know. Gopuram, the boundary wall, water tank, Ardhamandap, Mandap, Garbhagriha, Vimana, Shikhar, differentiation in Shikhar in the Nagara and Dravida. That is why these two become not the part of Nagara style itself. With this, let's move to the new parliament. Again in the news, a current affairs question. This is an art and culture question. Here again, the question is easy because it gives you a lot of information, and these type of questions mostly you have to pay attention. The Lok Sabha's hall's interior inspired by is inspired by Indian national bird, the peacock, and the Raj Sabha hall representing the lotus, India's national flower, embody the rich symbolism of the nation. So it is saying Lok Sabha interior is inspired by the national bird itself, which is peacock, and the Raj Sabha hall is inspired by the lotus, which is a national flower. The sacred Sengol is a symbol of just and fair rule and has been used to mark the transfer of power from one king to another in the Gupta dynasty. With a focus on energy efficiency, the new complex is a platinum rated green building and showcases India's commitment towards sustainable development. India's central administrative area, consisting of the Central Vista Redevelopment Project, was originally designed by Lutens and Baker during the colonial period itself, or British colonial rule. Which of these are correct? Now here there is one blatantly wrong statement, which is this one. It has nothing to do with the Guptas, it has to do with the Cholas. So it is a symbol of transfer of power, righteousness within the Chola dynasty itself. So this is incorrect. Does the Lok Sabha have national bird and Raj Sabha have lotus? Let's see. Yes, the Lok Sabha, if you look at the ceiling itself and its basic design, it is based on the peacock. And if you look at the Raj Sabha with its very distinct red color, you have the lotus on the ceiling, and the imagery is also based on the lotus. So very standard question, just based on visual memory. So this is something which you cannot learn but observe. So art and culture question, observation is very important, and I hope that you have made a note of these things. I had a discussion with regards to the gates also, the 6 gates and what is the imagery there. I hope that you've gone through that session also in Conquer Prelims. Now, this is a correct statement. Then, was the Central Vista scheme thought out by Lutens and Baker? Yes. Here you would know Edwin Luton, but you would not know Herbert Baker. But Baker and Luton Both were very, very instrumental in creating what we call as the Pretoria capital of South Africa also. The same design language was brought into India also. 1912-13, they were given this mandate to create from Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is Viceroy's Palace, to North Block, South Block, the new parliament, or the old parliament rather now, and then the whole what we call as Rajpath, now Kartavya Path, till India Gate. And it will be completed by 1927, properly by 1932, and the design language was actually by Lutens and Baker during the colonial period. This is also a correct statement. Now, this is again a very interesting feature. You should need to know the features of the new parliament. Yes, it is a platinum rated green building with sustainable energy being used, with a lot of what we call as new technology to offset the cost of electricity from the carbon footprint of the new parliament being significantly lower to the old parliament itself. So, here we have 3 statements correct, 1 statement incorrect, which is not Gupta but Chola. So, here again, just to give you a visual memory, the lotus imagery, the peacock imagery, and remember that it was given to first Lord Mountbatten, thereafter it was taken, then again energized, given to Nehru as a form of transfer of power, was extremely important within the imagery of righteousness and transfer of power within the different successors of the Chola dynasty, and very well documented. The custodian after Nehru took it was the Allahabad Museum, and thereafter now very well installed into the Lok Sabha chamber itself. Question number 84. GI tag state, a very standard question, but the problem is because the quantum of GI tags in the news are quite a lot, it becomes problematic to do these type of questions. If you left this question in the exam, the mock itself, and I hope that you will give the next and the 29th and the 2nd June one, if you left this question, it is okay, because again it has 4 different GIs and 4 different states. If you know it, very good. If you're coming from that state, you would have a better idea. If you left it, okay. 3 questions, as I told you, out of the 16 were in that space where if you don't have an idea, you leave them. So, the Majuli mask, Assam, Rupa Tarkasi, Tarkashi is a form of Nakashi, Nagaland. You have the Udangudi Panagurupati, which is Tamil Nadu, and the Lakdong turmeric, which is Mizoram. Which of them are correctly matched? Here there are 2 correctly matched, 2 are incorrectly matched. Majuli mask, Assam, yes. Rupa Tarkashi has nothing to do with Nagaland but Orissa. This is again correctly matched, and this is from Meghalaya. Now again, I want to give you a certain visual memory so that you remember this. So, this is from Assam. The Majuli mask was in the news very recently, till last 2 months it has been in the news. You have the Orissa Rupa Tarkashi. So, Lord Jagannath, I have specifically given you that. So, there is a certain imagery of Lord Jagannath, Orissa and Rupa Tarkashi. Thereafter, you have the Lakdong, very iconic Meghalaya, what we call as turmeric itself, and coming from Tamil Nadu, a sweet, very important GI tag given to it. All have been in the last 4 months in the news. So, I hope that you will learn these if you did not know them. So, again extremely important in the larger context of your preparation. This is a very standard question. You should not be leaving these questions, but if you are, strategically do the questions which are conceptual, because that is how history needs to be managed within the examination. Okay. Question number 85, talking about a dance form, Kathak. With reference to Kathak, consider the following statements. Kathak was originally a caste of storytellers in the temples of North India. It was performed in the court under the Mughal emperors. It grew into a major art form under the patronage of Wad Ali Shah, and Kathak is one of the 6 classical dances of India. Which of the statements are correct? If again you have ideas of the 6 classical dances, all of them are correct. Kathak comes from the word Katha. Katha means that you are telling a story. There were a caste of storytellers in the temples of North India, got appropriated within the Mughal court culture. That is why the Persianized, what we call as costumes, the way it is conducted within a confined space itself is because of the court culture itself. So, this is also correct, this is also correct. Thereafter, Wajid Ali Shah, the Nawab of Awadh, kept it alive, yes. And is it one of the 6 classical dances? Totally correct. This is a fairly easy question. I hope that you do not get confused in these type of questions. With this, let us look at the last question of history, which is the Me Da Me Fi, mind my pronunciation, festival is associated with which of the ancient kingdoms? The Aham dynasty or the Oham dynasty, Deva dynasty, Nuhani dynasty or the Malecha dynasty? And here the answer is related to a very important Assam based festival which happens on January 31st. So again in the news. So it is related to the Aham dynasty, and this festival is about the celebration of ancestors, and in Assam it is done every year on Jan 31st. So and the genesis of this is in 12th century Ahom dynasty, who used to remember their warriors, and now it is about remembering the ancestors itself. So before I hand it over to Shyam sir for economics and government schemes, remember that the 16 questions which came for history were fairly easy. 13 should have been done by you easily, 3 were factual and could have been left. Do remember that this number is very representative, and I hope when you attempt the next mock test, you will keep these things in mind and use your logic and basic understanding to eliminate the options. And with the new pattern, you have to have a better residual knowledge. So do revise. So all the best for the next mock test. We will see you next time again with the same format.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start the discussion, taking up the questions which appeared in the prelims mock from economy as well as government schemes. Question number 21. With reference to Operation Twist, consider the following statements. Operation Twist has been followed by the Reserve Bank of India. Having said so, Operation Twist was not first time introduced by RBI. Many of you would have heard the term Operation Twist for the first time during pandemic. But long before RBI used Operation Twist, the Federal Reserve had used Operation Twist back in the year 1961. But the concept of Operation Twist remains the same. We are trying to change the yield rate of different government bonds or government securities in the market. And that's the reason this is referred to as Operation Twist. Statement 1. It was first introduced as a monetary policy tool by Reserve Bank of India to strengthen rupee value. Forget what rest of the statement. Please look at the first part of the statement. It was first introduced by RBI. Statement 1 is wrong. Statement 2. It involves selling of long-term securities and buying of short-term securities through open market operation. Under Operation Twist, Reserve Bank of India sells short-term securities, short-term government securities, and buys long-term government securities. And when I say long-term government securities, what kind of government securities? The 10-year government securities. Reason is very simple. The 10-year government security is a benchmark instrument. It's considered to be a standard in the market. So whenever the yield rate of 10-year government securities will change, automatically that will influence the yield rates on other instruments. It will influence the interest rates on borrowings in the market. That is the reason why Reserve Bank of India will purchase long-term, that is 10-year government securities, and sell short-term, that is let's say 5-year etc. government securities. It involves the selling of long-term government securities, wrong. Its aim is to lower the long-term interest rates in the economy. Just now I have told you this. The whole objective is do not change the money supply. Under Operation Twist, money supply doesn't change. It will simultaneously sell and buy same value of government securities. Only difference is it will sell short-term government security and it will purchase long-term government security. So third statement is correct. It wants to change the long-term interest rates in the market. So right option for question number 21 will be option A. Only one of the statements are correct. Question number 22. With reference to priority sector lending in India, consider the following statements. What is this idea for PSL? Basically, the Reserve Bank of India will divide all of its monetary policy tools or credit control tools into two parts. One is the qualitative set of tools, second one is quantitative set of tools. And when you study about qualitative set of tools, the first and the most important tool under qualitative will be rationing of credit, that is priority sector lending, PSL. Under priority sector lending, Reserve Bank of India has mandated that whether this is a foreign bank or a domestic bank, doesn't matter, they will have to allocate or they will have to ensure that certain percentage of the loans that they are giving, certain percentage of the credit that they are issuing should go to specific sectors. There are totally 8 areas. The best example is education, export, MSMEs, etc. Now, what is the first statement? The banks use the policy repo rate to determine the interest rate on the loans. This statement is true. For majority of the loans which are issued now in case of India, the banks, again underline the term majority of the loans, the banks are using repo rate. Repo rate has been used, it is used for externally benchmarking the lending rates. So the first statement is true. Second one, the foreign banks functioning in India are kept out of the purview of the priority sector lending? No. Whether you are a domestic bank, foreign bank, doesn't matter, you will have to follow PSL. But having said so, is the PSL percentage same for all the banks in India? Again the answer will be wrong. For the banks, let's say the scheduled commercial banks, it is 40%. For RRBs, it is 75%. For small finance banks, it is 75%. For urban cooperative banks, very recently according to RBI guidelines, it is fixed at 60%. Third statement, micro, small and medium enterprises have the highest exposure to priority sector lending. Again wrong. Under the concept of PSL, highest amount of exposure is given to agriculture sector, that is 18%. So third statement is also wrong. First is right. So the right option for question number 22. How many of the above statements are true? Only the first one, that is option A, is the right one. Let me go to question number 23. Consider the following. Rising nominal wages of labor, and before looking at the points, how many of the above cause cost push inflation? The basic idea of inflation is very simple. Inflation can be caused because of the cost push. That is, in a nutshell, supply side factors are changing, and that is contributing to higher market prices. Inflation can also be caused because of demand pull. In a nutshell, the demand side factors are changing, which is contributing to higher aggregate demand in the market. So whenever you come across the cost push, if supply side factors are changing, contributing to higher market prices, that is basically the idea of a cost push inflation. Now, rising nominal wages of the labor, of course, yes. If company will provide higher wages, company will increase their cost of production, that is the manufacturing expenses will increase, and when the manufacturing expense increases, market price increases. That is likely to cause cost push inflation. First one is correct. Second one, rising oil prices. Let's say because of external factors, the crude oil price in the international market will start increasing, and when the crude oil prices will increase, automatically that will contribute to higher import prices. Higher import prices will increase the market prices, causing cost push inflation. Second one is correct. Third one, depreciation of exchange rates. When rupee depreciates, when the Indian rupee depreciates, Indian rupee depreciation will lead to higher cost of imports. Imports will become costlier, and when the imports become costlier, automatically that will contribute to higher market prices, irrespective of whether this is a final good or let's say a raw material. So that will also cause a cost push inflation. Fourth one, higher production tax. Let's say government of India will impose a higher tax when you manufacture and sell the product in the market. If the production tax increases, automatically the market prices will go up, and when the market prices go up, that is likely to cause inflation, but again from the supply side in the market. So fourth one is also correct. So question number 23, right option will be option D. All the four are correct. Let me go to question number 24 now. Which of the following correctly defines Phillips curve model? Which of the following is talking about the concept of Phillips curve? What is this idea of a Phillips curve? When you read about, let's say, employment, unemployment or inflation, I am pretty sure you will come across a graphical representation, wherein the graphical representation shows an inverse relationship. I repeat, inverse relationship between unemployment rate and inflation rate. You will see that when the inflation rate is higher, unemployment rate would be lower, and when the inflation rate is lower, unemployment rate is higher. This inverse relationship generally is referred to as a concept of Phillips curve. And please understand, Phillips curve is not observed universally at all points of time. There are certain exceptions where you will not see this kind of an inverse relationship. For example, have you heard of the term or a concept called as stagflation? When you study the concept of stagflation, you will realize that in case of stagflation, inflation rate would be higher, unemployment rate would also be higher, and there would be a stagnant growth rate in the economy. The GDP would have got stagnated. So that is a situation where you will see that following Phillips curve, or let's say principle of Phillips curve, is not applicable. So looking at these particular statements, which of the following represents the model of a Phillips curve? Phillips curve model is a graph depicting the direct correlation. It's not a direct correlation, rest of the things ignore it. Second, the Phillips curve model indicates inverse relationship between government spending and economic growth. This is not relation between government spending and economic growth. Third one, the Phillips curve suggests that there is a trade-off between unemployment and inflation. That is, lower unemployment means higher inflation and lower inflation means higher unemployment. The exact opposite relationship between inflation and unemployment. Right option for question number 24 would be statement C. Question number 25 now. Consider the following statements regarding potential GDP, potential gross domestic product. Now, whenever you come across the term potential GDP, what does it actually mean? Potential GDP basically represents a situation wherein if you can utilize all the labor units in the market, maintain stable inflation rate, what would be your GDP? What would be the market price of all the final goods and services that can be produced in an economy at full employment level? At full employment level is called as potential GDP. And what you generally observe is, for a country, potential GDP will be, let's say, number X. Do not worry about the value of this. Let's call this as X rupees or X dollars. The actual GDP could be higher than the potential GDP, could also be lower than the potential GDP. For example, if a country is experiencing, let's say, higher demand, the demand for goods and services is rising, you will generally see that the manufacturers or the producer will utilize all the resources, will overuse the resources such as, let's say, labor, will ask them to work a lot of more hours, produce more and more goods and services than whatever is possible under potential GDP. And so, in that particular situation, the potential GDP could be X, but the actual GDP that the country achieves could be more than X rupees or X dollars for that matter. On the other side, let's say the economy is experiencing a recession, economy is experiencing a slowdown. In such situation, because we are not able to, basically we are not having sufficient demand for goods and services in the market, the production would be controlled, supply would be controlled. Even though the labor units are available in the market, I may not be using the labor units because of absence or the lack of demand in the market. In such cases, the actual GDP, you will realize that, would be much lower than what is the potential GDP. Now, look at the statement. Statement 1, actual GDP can never be above or below potential GDP. No, it is possible that it can be above as well as below. Statement 2, during a recession, what is a recession? For 2 consecutive quarters, if the country registers a negative GDP growth rate, if there is a negative GDP growth rate for 2 consecutive quarters, that is technically referred to as recession. During a recession, actual GDP will be below the potential GDP because businesses are not producing as much output as they could. Reason being, as already discussed, demand is lower, hence production would also be lower. Because the demand is lesser, I as a manufacturer, I will not be producing more, I will not be supplying more, I will be reducing the production. So, second statement is true. Look at the combinations. Statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. So, obviously no. Both the statements are correct. No. Statement 1 is correct. No. Last option, option D. Statement 2 is correct, but statement 1 is incorrect. Right option for question number 25 would be option D. Let me go to question number 26 now. Consider the following statements about the Competition Commission of India, CCI. Competition Commission of India, I will start using the short form now. CCI is a statutory body. It is a statutory body. What do you mean by statutory body? Government of India passes a bill or gets the bill passed in the parliament. Once the bill becomes an act, under the provisions of that, we set up an authority, statutory authority. So, Competition Commission of India is a statutory authority which has been established under the provisions of Competition Commission Act. Now, this authority basically has a composition of 1 plus 6 members. One is the chairperson or the chairman, remaining 6 are members. You need to have a quorum of at least 3 members to operate, to start the proceedings of Competition Commission of India. And the important role of Competition Commission is to ensure that whatever is done in the market by producers, sellers, etc., these kinds of activities will not hurt the interest of the consumers such as you, such as me. For example, there is an amalgamation of two companies. Will this amalgamation hurt consumers? Is there a group of companies who have come together, they are involved in arbitrarily cutting down the prices or cutting down the production to increase the prices? Once the acquisition is done, is the new company or the new entity arbitrarily raising the prices which will hurt consumers in the market? All these, right, let's say economic activities which are done in the market which will hurt consumers' interest, those will come under the regulation of Competition Commission of India. Now, it is a statutory body created under the Companies Act of 2013, wrong. Second one, it regulates the mergers and acquisitions of the companies, definitely yes. Right, it will regulate mergers and acquisitions. M&As of the companies will be regulated by Competition Commission of India. Third one, it does not have the authority to regulate pricing power of corporations. No. If a company has, let's say, dominant position, you can connect it to current affairs, by the way. Google pricing policy, Google billing policy. So if a private sector entity which has a dominant position in the market, if it is abusing its dominant position by using its pricing mechanism, will it be regulated by CCI? Will it come under the powers of CCI? Of course, the answer is yes. So third statement is wrong. Question number 26, only the second is correct. So right option for question number 26 will be option A. Option A is the right one. Let's go to question number 27 now. Consider the following. How many of the above are the impact of currency appreciation? If rupee's value goes up against the dollar, if it goes up, what are the likely outcomes of this? Let's start. Higher export cost. If rupee appreciates, what will happen to exports? Think of this. If rupee depreciates, the imports will become costlier, exports will become more competitive. I repeat, if the rupee depreciates or is devalued, the imports will become costlier, exports will become more competitive. Why? Imagine the exchange rate now is $1 is equal to, let's say, 60 rupees. This will be changed to, let's say, $1 is equal to 70 rupees either through devaluation or depreciation. Although we do not follow devaluation methodology in India because we follow a type of, I repeat, a type of floating exchange rate. So in case of a devaluation or a depreciation, our exports will become more competitive because I have more pricing freedom now. I can earn the same amount of rupees by reducing the value in terms of dollars for the exports. This is in case of depreciation or devaluation. But the question is about appreciation. If rupee is appreciated, that is, let's say, from this exchange rate to this exchange rate, now in order to sell it at certain money, at certain dollars and earn the same amount of rupees, I will have to increase the price in dollars. So the cost of the exports, the price of the exports will start increasing. So first statement is correct. Lower inflation with rupee appreciation, of course yes, because the imports will become cheaper. Once the imports will become cheaper, it is likely that it will not hurt the inflation, it will control or it will help us in controlling inflation. Third one, higher trade deficit. Your exports are becoming less competitive because these are very costly, and imports are becoming cheaper, imports will increase, exports will come down, so the trade deficit will widen. Third one is correct. And fourth one, lower international debt. With rupee becoming, with value of rupee increasing, now you will be able to pay, right, let's say you will be able to pay lesser amount of rupees, purchase the same number of dollars. So I hope you understand. If I borrowed, let's say, $2, I will be paying lesser amount of rupees to purchase those $2 to repay the debt. So my debt service payments, my external debt repayment will become cheaper now. So fourth one is also correct. So question number 24, all the four are correct. Right option will be option D. All the four are correct. Let's go to question number 28. With reference to sovereign gold bonds, consider the following statements. sovereign gold bonds are as good as government securities, government bonds. Government of India issues bonds, and by the way, what do you think is the highest tenure for which the government bond is issued? This was there in the newspaper, let me know. Again, not now, in the comment section. What is the highest tenure for which the bond is issued? Now, government bonds are issued of different tenures. In the same way, Government of India, in order to reduce the dependence of imports of gold, has launched an initiative, sovereign gold bond. The sovereign gold bond will have, the sovereign gold bond will have a maturity period or tenure of 8 years. They will have a tenure of 8 years. These are not backed by any amount of gold, any amount of physical gold. Reserve Bank of India issues these on behalf of Government of India, collects the money and gives it. And these kinds of sovereign gold bond, upon maturity, there is a lock-in period of 5 years. That is, you cannot sell them. You cannot trade them for 5 years. After lock-in period, you can trade them. These sovereign gold bonds, upon maturity, what is the market price of the gold in the market? The average price of last 3 days before maturity is calculated and given to you, assuming you are the investor in the sovereign gold bond. These are certain very important features of sovereign gold bond. Sovereign gold bond are issued by the Reserve Bank of India on behalf of the government. Statement 1 is correct. Its objective is to reduce the demand for physical gold and shift a domestic part of the savings used for the purchase of gold into financial savings. Yes, rather than investing in the physical asset, real asset now, I will be investing in a financial asset. That is basically true. So, both the statements are correct. Right option will be option C. Both 1 and 2 are correct for question number 28. Question number 29. Consider the following statements. Negative interest rate policies adopted by the central banks to encourage. How many of the above given statements are correct? Now, what is this idea of a negative interest rate? You have certain amount of money, you will go to a bank, deposit this particular money in the bank. Now, imagine a situation. The bank, rather than giving you 5% or 4.5% rate of interest, will actually charge amount on the deposit that you have done. I hope you understand this. Rather than giving you 4%, 5%, 6% rate of interest, what if the bank will start charging you rate of interest on the deposits that you have given to the bank? Rather than giving you the principal plus interest, it will cut the principal amount and give you remaining amount. That, my dear, is basically the concept of negative interest rates. Negative interest rates very recently was there in the news because of the announcement done by the central banker of Japan. Japan, after a decade, has announced that they will be giving away or they will be doing away with the concept of negative interest rates. The logic of negative interest rate is just to ensure that when the demand for goods and services in the market is going down, the central banker will introduce negative interest rates so that the banks, rather than keeping deposits with the central banker, because they will have to pay money to the central banker on the deposits now, they will use these deposits to lend in the market. And because this is a negative interest rate, that is, you are not earning interest on your deposits, even the people, rather than keeping deposits, would prefer to spend money, would prefer to purchase goods and services. So, this will help in increasing the demand in the market when there is very less demand. Now, let us start. Consumers to spend more, right? It will encourage consumers to spend more, absolutely correct. Second one, banks to restrict lending. No, this will not help in restriction, this will actually promote a lending activity. Foreign investors to invest in the domestic market. In fact, remember this, whenever you talk about negative interest rates, if the interest rates in the economy are very less, the interest rate is very low, domestic investors, rather than investing in this domestic market, they will invest somewhere else. Foreign investors are also not interested. Why? Interest rates are very, very low in the country. Returns are very, very low. So, the investments will not be flowing into such a country. Right? So, second one is wrong. Third one is wrong. Right option would be question number 29. Option A, only one is correct. Question number 30 now. With reference to exchange traded fund, ETF. consider the following statements. ETFs cannot be bought and sold during trading hours like regular stocks. Understand the concept here. ETFs basically refers to instruments in the market which are listed. But this instrument is a sum total or a basket of other instruments. For example, I'll take shares of company A, B and C. Let's say I'll take shares of company A, B and C. I'll put together, it is a block, it is a basket. This will be sold in the market as ETF, exchange traded fund. And by the way, because ETF has equity now, this is basically called as equity ETF. And rather than having shares of A, B and C, what if I put together the bonds of company A, B and C? That would be referred to as a debt ETF. So, equity ETF, debt ETF. Sir, any other example of ETF? Gold ETF. In case of gold ETF, the instrument will basically track the physical price, that is the market price of the physical gold. Silver ETF is there. So, commodity ETF, equity ETF and debt ETF. These are the different types. And remember this, just like the shares, just like the bonds, the ETFs are also listed in the market. You can buy them, you can sell them. Now, ETFs cannot be bought and sold during the trading hours like regular stocks. Wrong. ETFs are very costly investment products. No. Generally it is said ETFs are cheaper, comparatively cheaper products. Why? You are clubbing together multiple instruments like this, let's say shares, and you are issuing a product in the market. So, it is comparatively cheaper. Second statement, wrong. Third one, ETFs are not regulated. These are not regulated in India. This will also be wrong. Why? Anything that is listed, it has to be regulated. For example, if a share is listed, it will be regulated by SEBI. Apply the same logic here. So, third one is wrong. So, right option for question number 30 would be option D. None of the above statements are true. Question number 51 now. With reference to domestic systemically important banks, consider the following statements. Now, what is this idea of a DSIB? Understand the evolution. Before the DSIB was introduced, back in the year 2008, we experienced a global financial crisis, GFC. Now, as a result of global financial crisis, you can say as a result, or you can simply say one of the reasons why GFC was having such a high magnitude was because of collapse of certain banking institutions. Certain banks collapsed during the global financial crisis. The result of GFC was collapse, and the cause or the rise in the intensity was because of collapse of the banks. So, it was a cause as well as the outcome of the global financial crisis. At that point of time, there was a discussion. The discussion was basically, we should find out some of the banks which are systemically important. What do you mean by systemically important? If the banks will collapse, if these banks will collapse, the impact on the whole economy will be much, much larger. For example, just imagine and underline the term imagine. If SBI will collapse in India, if the State Bank of India will collapse in India, can you imagine the likely impact on the whole economy? And by the way, it is not, I am saying imagine, hypothetical situation. So, in order to address this, Reserve Bank of India in India introduced the concept of domestic systemically important bank. At the international level, the FSB, Financial Stability Board, along with the BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, introduced the concept of GSIB, Global Systemically Important Banks. Let's start. The concept of DSIBs originated from the World Bank. Wrong. The Ministry of Finance designates domestically systemically important banks to safeguard financial system. Wrong. It is done by Reserve Bank of India. It is done by RBI specifically. DSIBs must maintain extra equity capital against risk-weighted assets. Yes. The logic is simple here. Because these banks are so important, RBI will divide these banks into different buckets, different categories. And as your category keeps on changing, the regulations on you will become much more strict. And one of the regulations is maintaining more capital to absorb losses. Third statement is true. Currently, only one public sector bank has been identified as a DSIB. Yes, HDFC is a DSIB, ICICI is a DSIB, SBI is a DSIB. But out of all the three, SBI is a PSB. So, third statement is true, fourth statement is true. Question number 51, right option will be option B, 2 are correct. Question number 52 now. Consider the following statements. How many of the above actions will lead to immediate increase in the money supply in the economy? Immediate increase in the money supply. Individuals purchasing government securities in the primary market. If individuals will purchase anything in the primary market, they will give money, they will not receive money. And to increase money supply, money has to be created. Money increases with creation of money. For example, bank will give a loan, credit creation, that will increase money supply. RBI will print currency, supply currency in the market, that will increase money supply. So, first one, individuals purchasing government securities in the primary market, money will go to Government of India. So, this will not increase money supply, rather decreases. First one is wrong. Banks purchasing government securities in the primary market. Banks are part of money supply. That is basically, if you remember, M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. The bank deposits are calculated in all the four, that is M1, M2, M3 and M4. So, banks will purchase government securities in the primary market, which means government is taking away money from the market, not increasing money. Second one is wrong. Third one, banks purchasing government securities from the public in the secondary market. Some of you will say, yes sir, it will increase money supply. No, my dear, because the bank is not loaning the amount here. If the bank is loaning money, that will increase money supply. But here, it's as if saying, you have 1 lakh rupees, you will deposit money in a bank. Will that change money supply? No, because the money is changing hands. It is not increasing money supply, it is merely changing hands. And on the other hand, if bank will purchase a bond from a public in the secondary market, from the bank deposit, the money will be reduced and this money will go into the hands of the people. Cash with the public will increase by the same amount. Money supply will not change. Long-term repo operations by RBI to commercial banks. If RBI will conduct repo, short-term or long-term doesn't matter. Don't you think this money will be introduced into the system because the banks are borrowing money from RBI? This new amount will be introduced. This will increase the money supply. Right option for question number 52 will be option A. Question number 75 now. With reference to production linked incentive scheme initiated by the Government of India, consider the following statements. Right, statement 1, PLI scheme aims to boost domestic manufacturing by providing financial incentives to both local and foreign companies. As far as I am concerned, this has to be one of the easiest question that you will come across. Government of India has launched multiple initiatives to promote manufacturing in India. Make in India is there, production linked incentive is there and many more. But what is the objective of PLI? Government wants either the foreign companies or the domestic companies to invest in 14 sectors. Remember, to invest in 14 sectors and achieve certain targets, and based on the targets achieved, if they are meeting certain numbers, government will provide incentives. And the best part of PLI against, let's say, RODTP for that matter, or MEIS for that matter, under RODTP we were promoting exports, under MEIS, right, it was an incentive scheme to promote exports. Under both of them, scrips are issued, that is certificates are issued, whereas in case of PLI, no certificates, cash provided, cash incentives are provided. So, PLI statement 1 is correct. The scheme is applicable across all manufacturing sectors without any specific focus on particular industries. No. In fact, PLI is very often discussed from the context of manufacturing of mobile phones. India has become one of the largest manufacturers of mobile phones in the global market thanks to PLI. Third one, the PLI scheme is designed to attract large scale investments, enhance export competitiveness and create employment opportunities. Yes, statement 3 is correct. Statement 3 is correct, right? It is basically the objectives. Export competitiveness will happen. It will attract lot of investments. It will promote manufacturing. It will contribute to GDP.
Yes, third statement is also true. So question number 75, right option will be option B. Two of the statements are true. Question number 76. With reference to Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, consider the following statements. And you are supposed to find again, same, how many of the above statements are correct. Under Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Government of India has identified a problem that is faced by micro and small enterprises. The problem is that they find it very difficult to get access to institutional credit because a lot of them do not have collateral to provide, a lot of them do not have right paperwork, etc. etc. So under Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, under the PMMY, they will identify these MSEs and through various financial institutions, they will try to provide collateral free loans to these entities. Statement 1, the scheme provides loans up to 20 lakh rupees to non-corporate and non-farm, small and micro enterprises. Statement is wrong. Why? Right now the limit is 10 lakh rupees. 10 lakh rupees, not 20 lakh rupees. And in the examination, rather than writing small or micro enterprises like this, the UPSC might simply write SME. Do not be confused, they are talking about small and micro enterprises. Under the scheme, loans are classified into three categories: Shishu, Kishore and Tarun. This is absolutely correct. Under this, based on the type of loan that you want to take, up to 50,000, up to 5 lakh, up to 10 lakh, the loans are categorized into three: Shishu, Kishore and Tarun. Second statement is correct. Third one, the loans under the Mudra Yojana are provided only through scheduled commercial banks and regional rural banks. Underline the term only through. Third statement is wrong. Why? Can you apply for a Mudra Yojana loan from NBFC? Of course it is allowed. There are various institutions, banking as well as non-banking institutions, through which you can avail Mudra Yojana loans. So third statement is wrong. 76, only one is correct. Right option will be option A, only one is correct. Let me go to question number 77. FAME scheme is a significant initiative by the Government of India aimed at promoting electric mobility. Considering its phases and objectives, which of the following statements is or are correct? FAME initiative was launched by Government of India. In the first round, we call this as FAME 1. And then later, second round of FAME was launched, FAME 2. 2019, it was supposed to be implemented for 3 years. It has been extended by 2 more years, 2024. So FAME 1 and FAME 2. And now government is discussing what should be the modalities regarding the FAME 3 initiative. For example, under the FAME 3 initiative, now there is a discussion, should we provide subsidies for, let's say, promotion of hybrid vehicles. That is the point of contention now. But anyways, come back to the discussion. Under FAME 1, the objective was to promote consumption of electric vehicles. Under FAME 2, no doubt, we want to promote consumption of 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, buses, etc. But more of the funding was allocated, more focus was given under FAME 2 to promote infrastructure development related to EVs, to promote consumption of electric buses, etc. So look at the statement 1. FAME India scheme is implemented by Ministry of Power. Wrong. It is promoted by Ministry of Heavy Industries, MHI. Second, FAME 2 scheme focuses more on deployment of electric buses and charging infrastructure compared to FAME 1. Yes, this statement is factually correct. The incentive structure under FAME 2 is designed to promote electric vehicles mostly in urban areas. Mostly in urban areas. No. The focus was not just on urban areas or mainly on urban areas. They basically said we will promote the consumption throughout certain regions as such. So third statement is wrong. FAME 1 aimed at creating demand for EVs, while FAME 2 has a stronger focus on electrifying public and shared transportation. Yes, the fourth statement is true. 2 and 4 are correct. Right option for question number 77 will be option B. Only 2 are correct. 78. Consider the following statements regarding PMFME, Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro enterprises. Now, what is the idea? Within the idea of food processing, one of the constraints, one of the areas that is holding back India's growth in food processing is presence of micro enterprises. The number of micro enterprises which are present for within the food processing sector is very, very high. And the problem with micro enterprises, not just in food processing, but generally, the scale is very small. The scale of production, competitiveness, to what extent they can export, etc., the scale is very limited. They will not be able to compete with other larger companies or entities in the market. So what can we do? Government of India has announced Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro enterprises scheme. Under PMFME, the government will provide certain amount of subsidies either for the new entities, that is again micro enterprises, or existing micro enterprises within the food processing sector. But they will become part of, the condition is they should become part of the formalized system. They should be registered under one of these laws of the government. That is the reason this is referred as a formalization scheme. And the subsidy that is provided will be used for purchasing capital machinery, so that the manufacturing becomes, let's say, the manufacturing capacity can be increased, they will become much more competitive. Scheme aims to enhance the competitiveness of existing individual micro enterprises in the unorganized segment of food processing industry. Absolutely correct. It is centrally sponsored scheme with 60:40. Please remember, it is central sector scheme. Second one is wrong. Under the scheme, the support is provided exclusively to new micro food processing enterprises. No, even if you are existing enterprise, you will be given subsidy. So third one is also wrong. The scheme focuses on promoting traditional and local food products by providing branding and marketing support. This is one of the points, one of the provisions under PMFME. Government will provide help or assistance in developing the brand of the company. So first and 4 are correct. Right option will be option B. 2 of the above statements are correct. Question number 79 now. Consider the following statements with reference to interest equalization scheme, IES. What is this interest equalization scheme? Here is a manufacturer come exporter. They will take a loan from a bank, and on the loan they will pay a rate of interest. The concern is that in case of India, rate of interest has been on a higher side. Cost of logistics has been on a higher side, which basically means the exporter from India already is at a disadvantage compared to a Chinese exporter, compared to exporters from other countries. In order to provide certain, let's say, advantage, in order to address this disadvantage faced by Indian exporters, government under FTP 2015 launched an initiative, interest equalization scheme. Under interest equalization scheme, certain percentage of the loan rate of interest, I repeat, certain percentage in the rate of interest on the loan given to the exporter would be paid by the government. For example, let's say rate of interest applicable is 7% here. Out of 7%, imagine if the government will pay 2%, then the manufacturer come exporter will have to pay only 5% rate of interest, which basically will reduce the effective rate of interest paid by the manufacturer. This will promote export competitiveness. That is the whole idea of an interest equalization scheme. It was supposed to be implemented in the earlier foreign trade policy, that is from 15 to 20. It has been extended, right? Very recently, again it has been extended till the end of the quarter. The Reserve Bank of India will implement the scheme through various public and private sector banks that offer post and pre-shipment credit to exporters. First statement is correct. The Directorate General of Foreign Trade, DGFT, the authority which is generally associated with imports and exports, and RBI will jointly monitor the implementation of the scheme. Yes. The Government of India announced the interest equalization scheme on pre and post shipment rupee export credit for eligible exporters. Many of you will basically tell me, sir, what is this pre and post, etc. You can take access to credit before you export or right during the exports that you do. That is basically called as pre and post shipment exports. Okay. So third statement is also true. Fourth one, question number 79, fourth one, the scheme is non-fund constrained and provides benefits without any limit. Underline the term without any limit. Why? Reason is, point number 1, all the exporters are not covered. All the exporters are not covered. Around 410 products which are manufactured by the exporters, they will be covered under this. So, there is a eligibility clause, that is, you should be manufacturing this. And even if you are covered under that, the amount of subsidy that is provided under IAS, that will also be limited per exporter. MSME manufacturers and exporters, the other exporters producing and exporting 410, up to a certain limit, the subsidy will be provided. It is not unlimited. Fourth statement is wrong. 1, 2 and 3 are right. Right option for this particular question will be, right, 3 statements, right. The statement is missing, but anyways, 3 statements are true. 1, 2 and 3, right, 3 statements are true out of all the 4 statements. Okay, question number 79. Let me go to question number 80 now. Consider the following statements with reference to Ujjwala scheme. Ujjwala scheme. Ujjwala scheme is implemented by the government in order to provide LPGs, LPG related subsidy to identify households. Initially the target was lesser. Over a period of time the target has been expanded. Today more than 10 crore beneficiaries are there under Ujjwala Yojana. Under this the logic is very simple. The government will identify certain households, subsidy will be provided so that the households will be able to get access to LPG cylinders. Cooking gas will be made available to them. The Ministry of Coal launched the Yojana. Statement 1 is wrong. Why? It has been launched by Ministry of Petroleum. Remember this. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Right? So, it is not Ministry of the Coal, it is MOPNG. Second, this initiative aims to replace traditional fuels like firewood, coal, which adversely affect the health of the rural women and environment. This is absolutely correct. Reason being, if the firewood is burnt, emissions will be caused, and people who are cooking, generally the women in the rural households, will inhale these gases and they might suffer from certain diseases. Right? That is the precise reason Government of India, not to address this and to promote consumption of clean cooking fuel, has launched Ujjwala Yojana. In the second phase of PMUY, Ujjwala 2.0, a special provision allows BPL families to obtain new connections by using self-declaration instead of needing a proof of address. This statement you might feel this is correct, but no, this is wrong. Why? This was basically during the pandemic period, where Government of India said for migrant laborers, not all the people households, for the migrant laborers, they can obtain new connections without having to provide the proof of address, etc., etc., and just by providing self-attested or self-certification. Okay. So, third statement is wrong. Fourth one, PMUY beneficiaries receive the first LPG refill and store free of a cost from oil marketing companies. Yes, this is one of the features of the scheme. So, 2 and 4 are correct. Right option for the question number 80 will be option B. Only 2 are correct. Question number 93, and by the way, the last one. Consider the following statements regarding the borrowings by the center and the states. The central government can borrow outside of India upon the security of Consolidated Fund of India. Underline the term central government. Sir, why this kind of a question? This is a very difficult question. Why? Reason is simple. Very recently, there is a lot of discussion regarding borrowings of the center, borrowings of the states in the context of the friction between the state of Kerala and the state, that is the central government. In that particular context, what are the limitations? What are the borrowings of the state? What about the central government? So, statement 1, central government can borrow outside of India upon security of internal market. It needs the consent of the central government. In fact, under most of the sources, when they talk about 293, they will simply say the states are not allowed to borrow. But from 2017, when Mr. Arun Jaitley was the finance minister, Government of India says from one case to another case, we will allow the state government agencies to borrow from the external market, but with the consent of the central government. So, second statement anyways is wrong. You are not allowed to borrow from the external market. A state cannot raise any loan without the consent of the center if there is still outstanding any part of the loan made to the state by the center. Absolutely correct. Again, related to Article 293. So first is correct, third one is correct. Right option for question number 93 will be option B. Only two of them are correct. Now, the next test will be conducted. Please do attend that particular mock test, and the discussion for the mock test will be conducted on the very next day. The next questions will be taken up by Mukesh sir, and the questions will be from geography section of the mock test. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy. Welcome to the discussion for the questions which have appeared from the portion of Geography and Environment Ecology. Till now, whatever portions we have discussed, I hope you have been able to eliminate your answers and understand the reason why you are committing mistake. That is much more important, a concept that you have to grab. So here, in the portion of Geography and Environment, comprehensively, we had 31 questions which appeared. So one by one, we will discuss the questions. We will try to understand why a particular option is correct or why a particular option ends up being incorrect in that case. So without further ado, let us initiate with the discussion of the questions, and we start with the first question. Consider the following statements in context of Western disturbances. Now, what are Western disturbances? Western disturbances in general, they are the extratropical disturbance or storms which develop over the region of Mediterranean. Why do they develop over the region of Mediterranean? They develop because of difference in temperature of air which is present over the region of Mediterranean and the cold air coming from Europe. So there is a kind of an extratropical storm. It is in the category of extratropical storm. Okay. Now, where is it that it develops? In the region of Mediterranean. When will it develop? When there is a maximum difference in temperature for the air parcel. And where do we have that? We have that during the winter months. Always the difference in air temperature is going to be maximum during the winter months. So now let us take a look at the option statements. These are weather phenomena of the summer months brought in by the easterly flow of from the Mediterranean region. It is not an easterly flow, it is a kind of a westerly flow Westerly as in coming from west to east. And does it happen in the month of the summer? Absolutely no. So the first statement in itself is incorrect. They usually influence the weather of north and northwestern regions of India. So these storms, which are carried by the westerly winds, they cross the region of Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and they then hit the Indian region. After coming to India, they hit the Himalayan foothills, they hit the Himalayan mountains, causing significant amount of snowfall in the process. In the region of Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, you have significant amount of snowfall. But in the adjoining areas of Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, parts of Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, sometimes North Bengal, all the way till Assam, you get huge amount of rain during the winter months, which is beneficial for sowing of crops such as wheat, mustard. For those crops, these winter rains are beneficial. However, it exaggerates the temperature during the winter months. It makes the winters much more severe in general. So they usually influence the weather of north and northwestern regions of India. That is correct. The winters become much stronger and they lead to the initiation and existence of a cold wave, which again claims many casualties across the northern plains. The western disturbance is regarded as unfavorable for rabi crops in North India. This is incorrect because the western disturbances, they are beneficial. They are favorable for the sowing of crops such as wheat, mustard, some types of grams. So for all those, this is a particular rain which is beneficial. North Atlantic Oscillation influences the western disturbance. This is also correct. When we talk about North Atlantic Oscillation, what do we mean by that? That is basically a difference in the temperature experienced in the region of northern portion of Atlantic Ocean. Now there, when you have these oscillations, when you have this variation in terms of pressure, a circulation is induced which impacts the region of the Mediterranean itself. And that is where you will find that you don't have these western disturbances being that continuous or that predictable anymore. So how many of the above statements are correct? The answer will be B. That is only 2. Now, after this, we move to the second question. Consider the following statements regarding jet streams. Now, jet streams are what? High altitude winds, which are geostrophic winds. Geostrophic winds mean they move almost parallel to the latitudes. And these are very high velocity, high intensity winds blowing over. Now, why do we have these jet streams? Jet streams are primarily generated when you have difference of air temperature at upper altitude. That is when the jet streams are generated. So where are they present? So in general, across the planet, if you consider the tricellular model of atmospheric circulation, let's suppose you consider this to be 0 degree, you consider this to be 30 degree north, 60 degree north and 90 degree. So here you will find, and the same thing is going to be the case in the southern hemisphere also. You will find that the circulation pattern which is generated in the form of the Hadley cell, in the form of the Ferrel cell and in the form of the polar cell, right? There is a kind of a circulation pattern which is generated. It is at these transition zones in the upper atmosphere where you will find the prominent difference in temperature to be existent, and that is where the jet streams are going to be present. So this is what is also referred to as a polar jet, and this is what is also referred to as the subtropical jet. Now what is the direction in which they move? So here you have polar and subtropical jet being present in the southern hemisphere also. So you have 4 permanent jet streams. But then many of the times localized high altitude strong wind patterns, they are also known as temporary jet. For example, you have tropical easterly jet, you have the Somali jet, you have the Siberian jet. These are localized phenomena. They are not present across the planet. But in general, when we talk about these jet streams, they move in a direction west to east, aided by the Coriolis force. Okay? So here jet streams are high altitude easterly wind systems that occur in northern hemisphere only. Northern hemisphere you will have 2 of the jet streams, southern hemisphere also you will have 2 of the jet streams. So this is basically incorrect. Tibetan highlands act as a barrier in the path of the jet streams. Now when you have the movement of the jet streams move in a kind of a striation or a wavy pattern, right? You have both a horizontal wave which is generated as well as a vertical wave which is generated. So let's suppose this is a ground surface. The jet streams, they have a vertical variation in terms of altitude. In certain areas you will find that their height is around 7 to 8 kilometers. In certain areas you will find that the height goes up till around 12 to 15 kilometers also, right? Now in certain regions, let's suppose if you have a kind of a highland or a mountainous area, then these jets, they get obstructed and they will rather bifurcate. They would avoid that area, okay? So because on top of this, you might not have the same degree of temperature difference that has generated the jet stream. That is why these jet streams become discontinuous over physical barriers such as the Himalayas and the Tibetan highlands. So they act as a barrier in the path of the jet stream. This is correct. The easterly jet stream is held responsible for the burst of monsoon in India. What is this easterly jet stream? This is what is being depicted as the tropical easterly jet. Tropical easterly jet. Now it is a temporary jet. It is not a permanent jet stream. It is a temporary jet. Now why does it get generated and where does it get generated from? So in the region of Tibetan highlands, when there is substantial amount of heating, a very significant low pressure is created on top of the Tibetan highlands. And you have to understand this, that Tibetan highlands, they are largely made out of basaltic rocks. So by the month of June, they start absorbing a lot of heat because the snow would already have melted. So at that altitude of 5 kilometers, when there is so much amount of heating, Tibetan highlands, they gain a temperature of around 14-15 degrees Celsius sometimes, which is significantly a low pressure as compared to any other place at that altitude. So that low pressure means you have rising air column. That rising air column crosses the Indian subcontinent through the Kolkata-Hyderabad axis. Aided by the Coriolis force in the upper atmosphere, they are driven towards Africa. Then they move and drop to Mascarene High, reinforce more winds coming over to India and bring about sudden increase in rainfall. So the tropical easterly jet creates a kind of a circulation which reinforces, which strengthens the Indian monsoonal phenomena. So here this is going to be correct. Please understand, the absence of the tropical easterly jet does not mean that the monsoon will weaken. But conversely, the presence of tropical easterly jet means there will be excess rains. So here, how many of the above statements is or are correct? The answer in this case is going to be B, that is 2 only. Now, next question about the Indian Ocean dipole. Which of the following statements is or are correct about the Indian Ocean dipole? So here, Indian Ocean dipole is a phenomena of the Indian Ocean, where the temperature in the Indian Ocean experiences a change across 2 ends, that is the Somali coastline across the Western Indian Ocean and the Indonesian coastline across the Eastern Indian Ocean. So I hope we are aware that Indian Ocean dipole has got 3 phases. You have positive, you have neutral or normal, and then you have negative phase of Indian Ocean dipole. Now, under normal or neutral conditions, the Eastern Indian Ocean is much warmer as compared to Western Indian Ocean. Now, when that condition strengthens, that is when you have the creation of a negative IOD. And when that condition is reverted, that is the Western Indian Ocean becomes warm due to the warming of, let's suppose when we talk about the warming of the Horn of Africa, the warming of the Arabian Peninsula. So then the region of the Western Indian Ocean, partly Arabian Sea, they start getting heated up. So that is when you have a condition of positive IOD. So positive IOD is the only condition which is beneficial for rains or beneficial for Indian monsoons. Okay, it is beneficial for Indian monsoons. Whereas when we talk about neutral and negative, they cause reduced rainfall in India. Both of them, they cause reduced rains in India. Okay. So here you will now let us take a look at the statements. During a positive phase of IOD, warm waters are pushed to the eastern part of the Indian Ocean, while cold waters are brought up to the surface in the Western Indian Ocean. So the statement tells you that during the positive IOD, you will have warmer waters in the eastern part of Indian Ocean, whereas you will have colder waters in the western part. This is incorrect. It is exactly the opposite of it. These conditions are prevalent during the neutral and the negative phase, not during the positive phase. Positive phase of the IOD usually results in below average rainfall in India and flood-like conditions in Australia. When you have a positive phase of IOD, that will always bring about higher rainfall in India. It is the description that is provided in the statement is that of a negative IOD, where you have warm water in Eastern Indian Ocean causing convection, bringing a lot of rainfall around Australia, Indonesia, but India on the other hand is dry. So this is also incorrect. So here you have to select the correct answer. In this case, the answer will be D, that is neither 1 nor 2. Now, after that, moving to the next question. Consider the following conditions: absence of a cumulonimbus cloud, presence of a deep layer of unstable air, presence of warm and moist air. How many of the above are conditions for hailstorms to form? So when we talk about hailstorms or hail, what are these? These are the unstable weather phenomena, where sometimes you would have observed that along with rainfall during late afternoons and sometimes in the evening, you have very strong winds, and along with that you have parts and chunks of ice also which starts falling. Many of us, we call it snowfall in a mistake or unknowingly, but it is a hailstorm. And those particular chunks of ice, they are known as hailstones. So why do they occur? For them to occur, you do need the presence of a very dense cumulonimbus cloud. Why? Because in that cumulonimbus cloud, you will have the vertical depth, the vertical development, and within it also, you will have multiple movement, upward movement of air. Now here what happens, that for the condition of hailstorm, two situations are prerequisite. That is cumulonimbus cloud, that is required. And then other than that, you need to have intense low pressure on the ground, causing strong updraft, Updraft means vertical rise of air. You have a very strong vertical rise of air. So let's suppose you have the low pressure created on the ground surface. This will attract winds from all directions, and the air will rise up vertically, right? Now let's suppose here an ice particle has started falling. Now it liquefies into water droplet, but again this strong wind pushes it upward. So again it is thrown up, it will refreeze. As it is going up, it will accumulate the materials nearby. So its size will continue to grow bigger and bigger. Again it will start to fall. Again, as it partly melts, it is thrown up by the air. Again there is refreeze and the size builds up. eventually it will become so very large that even this vertical updraft won't be able to hold it aloft. That is when it will fall down with all that weight of the ice, the mass of the ice, and that is what we refer to as hailstorm. So here, which of the conditions are required for the hailstorm? Absence of cumulonimbus cloud? No, cumulonimbus clouds are required. Presence of deep layer of unstable air? Yes, that is when you have the multiple vertical rise and fall of air. So that is required. Presence of warm and moist air? Yes, that is when condensation will happen. If you don't have moist air, condensation will not happen. So here, which of these are required? So B, 2 of them are required for hailstorms to occur. Now, consider the following statements with reference to MJO, Madden-Julian oscillation. It is characterized by an eastward progression of large regions of both enhanced and suppressed tropical rainfall observed mainly over Indian and Pacific Ocean. Now, what is this MJO? MJO is actually a traveling pressure belt which develops in 8 different phases. Originating from the region of western portion of Africa, MJO develops as a kind of a cycle of low pressure and high pressure, where around a central portion you will have low pressure which will attract winds. The winds will converge. As the winds converge, they form very dense clouds, very thick convective clouds causing a lot of rain in that area. Then the winds will rise up and diverge, and beyond a point they will also have that sink, inducing a high pressure on the ground surface. Here also they will have a sink, inducing a kind of a high pressure on the ground surface. Right. So this entire circulation is there for the MJO. So MJO has got 2 distinct phases. This is the phase which is referred to as the phase of enhanced rain. Phase of enhanced rain. And the other 2, these are referred to as the phase of suppressed rain. Of suppressed rains. Okay. Now, this entire mechanism, it moves from west to east across the planet in a 30 to 60 day period. Now, why are we interested in this? Because when it lies over the region of Indian Ocean, it has got the tendency to impact the Indian monsoon. For example, let's suppose this low pressure region lies closer to India, then you will have more rainfall during the monsoon. But let's suppose this suppressed rainfall phase lies over India, in the region around India, to the south of India, it will dissuade, it will basically discourage the monsoon winds from coming over. So India will have breaks in monsoon. Okay. Now, with that, let us take a look at the statements. So here it is characterized by an eastward progression of large regions of both enhanced and suppressed tropical rainfall observed mainly in the Indian and the Pacific Ocean. It is correct. A break in the Asian monsoon is attributed to the MJO. Yes. Now, MJO related descending motion is a favorable pattern for thunderstorm formations within the tropics. So, descending air can never, nowhere can create a thunderstorm. For a thunderstorm to exist, you need the rising air. So, that is why this is incorrect. So, in the phase of that high pressure or the suppressed rainfall, you won't have these thunderstorms. So, here again B, that is only 2, that is going to be correct. Now, after that, moving on to the next question. This is about the heat waves. They have been in news, so you need to be able to understand the concept around it. Now, when we talk about heat waves, what is it that we declare as a heat wave? So, as per Indian Meteorological Department, certain characteristics or criteria must be fulfilled for a region to be declared to be suffering or experiencing heat waves. So, what are those criteria? In the plains, for example, when we talk about the region of the plains, so here the maximum temperature maximum temperature has to be more than 40 degrees Celsius. This is one of the criteria. In the region of the hills, the maximum temperature has to be above 30 degrees Celsius. This is one criteria. Second criteria is if deviation from the average temperature experienced during that time of the year is more than 4 and up till around 6 degrees Celsius. For example, let's suppose today 27th May, your region ideally in every year experiences 30 degree or 40 degree. But this year you are experiencing 45 degree. So that kind of a departure, right? So departure of variation from expected temperature by 4 to 6 degrees Celsius. Or thirdly, if the absolute temperature is greater than or equal to 45 degrees Celsius. Now, if any two of these criteria are fulfilled, then it is declared as a heat wave, right? So, in general, two of these criteria need to be fulfilled. Now, heat waves can reduce crop productivity? Absolutely yes. For example, for the past couple of years, India's productivity for wheat has been suffering because of heat waves experienced during the month of March itself. So, this is correct. Heat waves can decrease agricultural workers' productivity? Yes. The labor force in general, due to oppressive heat conditions, the productivity will reduce. Heat waves can exacerbate drought-like conditions, means exaggerate, increase the drought-like conditions. So, such high temperature will always cause water scarcity. The region will become more prone to drought. So, this is also correct. Heat waves can not affect fisheries and aquaculture. This is incorrect. This is not true. Because the heat waves, they will also impact the water temperature by increasing the water temperature. So, it will impact the fisheries and the aquaculture activities as well. So, here how many of the statements are correct? The correct answer is going to be C, that is only 3. 3 of the statements here are correct. Now, moving on to the next question. With reference to cloudbursts, consider the following statements. If 10 millimeter of rainfall is received at a station in 1 hour, the rain event is termed as a cloudburst. What is a cloudburst? A cloudburst is an event, a phenomena, when the cloud grows unsustainably large, where it is unable to hold all the moisture within itself any longer and it gives way, causing copious and high amount of rainfall in a short area within a short span of time. That is a cloudburst. Now, for a cloudburst to be declared, you have to understand that first of all the basic principle around a cloudburst. So, let's suppose you have a hilly area. Now, if the moist winds during the monsoon season they come over, they will be pushed up. As they are pushed up, it will lead to the formation or development of a cloud. More winds are coming in, more clouds will develop. More winds when they come in, let's suppose, then the clouds will develop even more. Like this, the cloud will keep on becoming larger and larger. Now, in case you have a query that why doesn't it rain then? Why doesn't the cloud basically dissipate at that point of time? Because the cloud is kept floating in the air by the strong wind movement. But then let's suppose the cloud has kept on becoming larger, has kept on becoming much more unsustainably large. Very, very big. And even for a brief moment, if the winds become discontinuous, then what happens? Maybe for a few hours the winds become discontinuous. Then all that cloud is unable to hold that weight anymore, and suddenly the entire thing gives way. And in that short region, small area, you will receive very high amount of rainfall in that short span. That can cause flash floods, that can induce landslides, avalanches, many of the events. Mostly observed across the hilly areas, but sometimes during strong convection, they can be observed in the plain regions as well. So, if 10 millimeter of rainfall is received at a station in 1 hour, the rain event is termed as cloudburst? No. Ideally, it should be 10 centimeter of rain in 1 hour in 10 by 10 kilometer area. That is when it is a cloudburst. Then, because 10 millimeter is 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter of rainfall in 1 day, in 1 hour, many regions will receive. It is 10 centimeter, which is very high. Mountainous regions are more prone to cloudbursts than plains. This is correct. While cloudbursts can occur in the plain regions also, it is within the mountains where the frequency will be very high. So, which of the statements given above is or are correct? The answer is B, that is 2 only. Now, another question which is again conceptual. You would find the trend that all the questions, if your concept is in place, you will be able to get these questions correct. Okay. So, consider the following statements. Tamil Nadu coast remains dry during southwest monsoon season because it is situated parallel to the Bay of Bengal branch of southwest monsoon. So, if you talk about the lower end of the peninsular India, now the Coromandel coast during the southwest monsoon or the advancing monsoon season experiences the wind direction like this. So, that is why the Coromandel coast does not receive rainfall, because the winds are parallel to it. So, this is correct. So, it will receive rainfall when? During the retreat and the northeast monsoon. During both these instances, you will receive rainfall. And again, please understand, please do not confuse between the retreating monsoon and the northeast monsoon. Both of them are vitally different. Many of the candidates commit mistakes in that. There are few errors here and there. But please understand, as per IMD, Indian Meteorological Department, it has made it very clear that retreating monsoon and the northeast monsoons are different. During the southwest monsoon season, east of Western Ghats receives very high rainfall due to the high humidity in the monsoon winds. Now, if you talk about the Western Ghats, in the Western Ghat region, it is the western side which will receive high rainfall, orographic rains, isn't it? Whereas, in the eastern part of the Western Ghats, you do not receive that high amount of rainfall. Why? It is the leeward side. In the leeward side, you do not get that rainfall. Leeward side is also what is known as. So, if you consider this as the Western Ghats, basically on the windward side, you will have the rising air column having thick formation of clouds, but in the leeward side, this will be a rain shadow zone. Okay. This will be a rain shadow zone. So, here during the southwest monsoon, east of Western Ghats receive high rainfall? Incorrect. During the southwest monsoon season, monsoon enters West Bengal from southwesterly direction. That is also incorrect. Why? Because if you consider, let us suppose we consider the region of Bengal and the region around West Bengal. Now, there initially the monsoon winds come like this, but then they encounter the Tanasarim, Pegu-Yoma, Arakan-Yoma mountain ranges. After that, their direction changes. Their direction changes to southeasterly, and then they hit the region of Bangladesh, West Bengal, and then they move over to the region of the Himalayas, where they crash and cause lot of rain, diverted to northeast, creating some of the regions of heaviest rainfall. So, here it enters from southwesterly direction? Incorrect. It enters from southeast, right? So, how many of the above statements is or are correct? The answer is A, that is only 1. Now, moving on to the next question. Consider the following statements regarding El Nino Southern Oscillation. ENSO. Just like IOD, different phases of heating and cooling of the Indian Ocean, ENSO is the different phases of heating and cooling when it comes to the Pacific Ocean. So, it is a recurring climate pattern involving changes in temperature of waters in central and eastern tropical Pacific Ocean. So, here when we talk about ENSO, so it has got again 3 phases. You have got the phase of El Nino, you have got the neutral phase or the Walker circulation, and you have La Nina. So, here when you have the phase of cooling of Pacific, it is La Nina, When you have the phase of heating of Pacific, it is El Nino. Otherwise, it is the neutral condition. And it keeps on oscillating from one condition to another. And hence, we refer to it as an oscillation, that is ENSO. Okay? So, it is a recurring climate pattern involving changes in temperature of waters in central and eastern tropical Pacific Ocean. Correct. ENSO tracking has been used as a tool to forecast weather and occurrence or incidence of drought. When you have El Nino, in India, in many regions of Asia, you have drought-like condition, right? So, that is where you have a predictability. Then, ENSO is associated with altered transmission patterns of vector-borne, rodent-borne and water-borne diseases. Because the conditions of El Nino bring very hot conditions, dry condition, heat waves, with the rising temperature oftentimes there is an increase in the spread of zoonotic diseases as well due to overall average high temperature. So, that is what is also correct. So, the correct answer in this is going to be C, that is basically all three. Okay. Now, consider the following surfaces: forest, desert, grasses and fresh snow. Which of the following is the correct order of the surface from the level of highest albedo to the lowest albedo? Now, this is a factual kind of a question, but you have to understand the basics here. When we say albedo, what is that albedo? Albedo is the property of the surface indicating the reflective coefficient, how much of it is able to reflect. So, when you have the solar rays which come in, right, some part of it will be absorbed by the surface, some part of it is reflected. Now, this albedo number varies between 0 to 1, with 1 indicating 100% reflection, 0 absorption. Okay. Whereas, an albedo of 0 indicates 100% absorption. Now, you see why it is important for you to understand about albedo is because this will have the potential to influence the temperature of the region also. Any surface which absorbs more heat overall means what? There will be higher temperature, isn't it? Any surface which reflects all of the heat means overall temperature will be low. For example, when you consider fresh snow or ice, they have an albedo of 0.8 to 0.85 sometimes, which indicates what? That 85% of the rays are reflected of insolation is reflected and 15% is absorbed. So, lesser absorption means lesser rise in temperature, lower temperature will be maintained. So, here fresh snow has got the highest albedo, right? That is to be followed by desert, then grasses, then forest. So, here the correct order from the highest to the lowest will be B, that is 4, 2, 3, 1. By the time that you get to the forested area, they are generally darker in appearance, isn't it? They absorb all that solar insolation. So, these forested areas oftentimes have an albedo around 0.15 to 0.2. So, that is where the albedo or the reflective factor is the least. Now, then after that, coming to the portion of the questions which have appeared for the subject of environment and ecology. Overall, in the portion of geography, you would have seen that other than the question of albedo, there also if you would have applied logic about the fresh snow, you would have been able to get it correct. But it was largely conceptual in nature. So, if you get your concepts in place, no reason why you couldn't get those questions correct. If you have committed mistakes, analyze them. Now is the time to analyze and course correct that why the mistakes have happened, either because of the lack of content or because of, let's suppose, lapse of concentration, right? If you have lacked content, work on that. If there is a lapse of concentration, practice more. That is why on 29th, we are going to have another prelims mock test, which you can always appear for. Now, coming to the questions of environment ecology. Now, Consider the following statements in the context of climate change. Acidification of ocean. Acidification means the pH value of the ocean is reducing. Why is the pH value of oceans reducing? Because overall across the atmosphere, the concentration of carbon dioxide is increasing. So that means there is greater carbon dioxide absorption in the water also. Greater carbon dioxide absorption means what? Overall here there will be significant amount of carbonic and bicarbonates formed, and that carbonic acid which is created, that will end up creating an acidification where the pH value of the oceans is reducing. Having said that, as of now, what is the pH value of the ocean? As of now, still oceans are considered to be alkaline with a pH value of around 8.1. So if you will observe that the pH value is reducing, it is the rate at which it is reducing which is alarming. That is the acidification. So it is basically a consequence of climate change. Then coral bleaching, the mass death of the zooxanthellae eventually leading to coral deaths. Advancing spring onset in certain parts of the world where winters now are curtailed much earlier, where now you have dried season and snow free and ice free seasons for a longer time. Frequent wildfires, reduction in suitable areas for crop cultivation. How many of the above is or are consequences of climate change? So here in fact all of them, if you will observe, these are the consequences of climate change, all of them. Rising sea surface temperature leading to coral bleaching, right? Increased warming of the oceans leading to acidification factor also. Then basically if you observe, frequent wildfires, spring onset, everything is basically a consequence of climate change. So the answer is D, that is all 5. Now the next question, which is slightly playing on the language here. Which one of the following best describes the concept of climate tipping points? So we have read about climate change, and we do know that when certain events happen, for example melting of the Arctic, it can immediately induce the presence and the formation of a warm water. That is a self-filling cycle, a feedback loop, where melting of Arctic means now the ice is converted into water, water will absorb more heat, rise temperature, more melting, more increase in temperature, more water will be exposed, more melting. So like that, it is a feedback mechanism. So there are certain events, there are certain consequences due to climate change. If they happen, then after that there is an exponential development of the feedback loop where it can continue to worsen the condition and can continue to exaggerate the heating point as well. For example, melting of Arctic, melting of the region of Atlantic ice sheet, then for example, the dieback of the Amazon forest, the weakening of Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, then for example, the boreal forests in Siberia, in Canada, when there is a dieback associated, then the strengthening of monsoon in the Sahel region, then the melting in the region of the Laptev, the Kara Sea. All these events, they have the potential to create climate change in itself and induce a circulation difference which can keep on fueling the factor of climate change, right? So what is climate tipping point? Gradual changes in climatic pattern that occur over long periods of time without any significant immediate impact. Critical thresholds in the Earth's climate system that once exceeded can lead to often significant and often irreversible changes. This is correct. If these critical conditions are breached, that is when the climate change goes into a tailspin, very difficult to control. Okay? Now, moving on to the next question associated with the portion of current affairs regarding the Forest Conservation Act Amendment 2023. Now, this Conservation Act Amendment which was brought in 2023 has been in news, has been taken to the litigation, is on the doorsteps of the Supreme Court as well. Now, what was the aim of this? On the floor of the House, the government said the aim is to increase the forest cover. But overall, if you take a look at it, this Forest Conservation Amendment Act, it has provided certain amenities, certain avenues, certain opportunities. For example, if you want to construct an infrastructure for defense purposes. So for that, the region close to the forest land, the region close to the international border for that matter, they will be exempted from the conditions of the Forest Conservation Act. If in a forested area you want to construct a roadside amenity, drinking water supply for the size of 0.1 hectare, even that land is exempt, because under the provisions of Forest Conservation Act, you cannot carry out the deforestation of the existing forest trees. So that is why certain areas have been made exempt from it. They don't fall under the purview, right? So the provisions of this act are applicable to forest land up to 10 hectares proposed to be used for construction of security related infrastructure. These lands are exempted. So the Forest Conservation Act is not applicable on the bordering areas for security related infrastructure development up till 10 hectares. It actually broadens the ambit of the forest or the wildlife conservation activities by including initiatives such as establishment of zoos, safaris and ecotourism facilities. So the new Amendment Act has brought in the possibility that these particular activities of ecotourism, of safari, that can be allowed. Now that has again been dragged to the Supreme Court, and it is up to the wise Justice of Supreme Court which will be issued. But as of the provisions of the Amendment Act, these have been allowed under the ambit. So this is correct. Surveys such as seismic surveys in the forested areas will be considered as a non-forest activity or will be banned. No. Seismic surveys, hydrological surveys, they have been allowed, because these are temporary processes, right? So they will not be considered as a non-forest activity. These are processes which have, now there are allegations by the activists that this will destroy the forest, but the argument on the other side is this will help us explore the geographical and the geological resources in a much better manner. So how many of the above statements are correct? The answer is A, that is only one. Now, consider the following statements regarding the concept of flyways. Now we have covered flyways multiple times in our portion of Conquer Prelims. What are flyways? Flyways are basically the migratory routes that birds and other different aviary species they adopt when they migrate from harsh winter conditions to favorable moderate conditions somewhere, particularly that is a seasonal migration that they encounter. Across the globe, you have around 8 flyways. Out of them, 3 of the flyways, they pass through India. You have the Central Asian flyway, you have the East African Asian flyway, and you have the Australasian Asian flyway. So these 3 flyways, they pass for some extent or the other over India. So flyways are geographical areas covered by a migratory bird over the course of its annual cycle, encompassing breeding and non-breeding grounds and the connecting migration route. So the path followed by the birds in order to carry out migration. Flyways are only found in the northern hemisphere. Why will it be the case? Isn't it? When you have an Australasian flyway, it cannot exist only in northern hemisphere. Incorrect. Central Asian flyway that includes India is the shortest flyway in the world. This is actually correct. In terms of the aerial spread, it is the shortest. So how many of the above statements are correct? The answer is B, that is only 2. Moving on to the next question. The term Bonn Convention is sometimes seen in the news in the context of Bonn Convention is also known as the Conservation or Convention on Migratory Species. It was signed in 1979. It arranges the species under 2 annexures, the species requiring urgent attention and the species which could utilize the cooperation, international cooperation for conservation. So here, that is the case of Bonn Convention. Recently, this year, you had the Conference of Party 14 for the Bonn Convention, which was held in Samarkand in the region of Uzbekistan, okay, where you had resolutions talking about preservation of various different migratory species of birds. So, it is associated with the conservation and management of migratory species, the answer being D. Now, it is different from Bond Challenge though. Bond Challenge is about conservation or about reclamation of degraded land. Bond Challenge, a question regarding that also we'll take a look into. Now, consider the following characteristics of a pollutant. How many of the above characteristics of a pollutant are necessary for biomagnification to occur? Now, what is biomagnification? How is it different from bioaccumulation? So, when you hear the term biomagnification, what is this? So, basically, let's suppose you have one particular species which is exposed to certain pollutant, certain contaminant. Now, that species, let's suppose a small zooplankton, etc., they consume that. That species will have the contaminant, they will be consumed by small fishes, they will be consumed by slightly larger fishes, and eventually they will be consumed by a larger one. Let's suppose a larger species of fish, they consume that. So, that is how the contaminant level through the food chain keeps on increasing. That is magnification, right. For example, the contaminant load in this level is, let's suppose, 0.01 mg in each of these zooplanktons. Now, the small fishes, it is not as if one fish will consume only one zooplankton, they will consume multiples of them. Let's suppose one fish will consume at least 100 of these zooplanktons. Then, what is the pollutant load in this fish? 1 milligram. Then this other fish, let's suppose a tuna, they will, or a shark, they will consume many of these small fishes. Let's suppose one of these small fishes are, or one of these medium fishes like tuna, they consume 100 of them. So, here the contaminant load increases to 100 milligram. Let's suppose a larger killer whale consumes 100 of these also. So, overall the contaminant load has increased to 10 grams. So, from the lowest level of the food chain to the upper level of food chain, the contamination level increases. That is biomagnification. But for this, the pollutants need to have certain characteristics. The pollutants need to be long-lived, right? They should not dissociate or dissolve immediately. Then they should be mobile, able to move between the food chains, able to move between the ecosystems. They have to be water insoluble, but fat soluble. Why? Because if they are soluble in water, they will pass on through the excretory system of the body, and they will not, the contaminant won't be passed on to the next level of the food chain. So, that is why they basically get impregnated within the fatty cells, and that is how they stay in the body for a long time, and then they are transitioned over to the next species. Then they need to be biologically active as well, able to form compounds. Okay. So, if you have the pollutants or the contaminants having these properties, then biomagnification can always occur. So, if you take a look at it, it must be short-lived? No. It must be mobile? Yes. It must be insoluble in fats? No. It actually has to be soluble in fats to be passed on from one body to another. It must be biologically inactive. It must be active rather. So, how many of the above characteristics are necessary? A, only one of amongst these are required for a complete biomagnification to happen. Okay? Now, the next question. Consider the following statements regarding ecotones. What are ecotones? You have ecosystem A, ecosystem B. In between A and B, you have the transition zone, that is known as ecotone. In the case of ecotone, you will find that the species variety is higher, diversity is higher, because here you will have unique species which can live in A conditions also. species which can live in B conditions also. So, you have a greater diversity of species here. And what is that known as? You have greater diversity of species in this area, and that is known as basically edge effect. Okay. So, it is a zone of junction between two or more diverse ecosystems, correct. If there are more ecotones, then there will be very low species diversity. No, more ecotones means more diversity. Anyways, the diversity of the species is higher there. The mangrove forests represent an ecotone between marine and terrestrial ecosystems. That is correct. The mangroves, particularly the beach kind of forests that you have, the tidal forests, they will represent a transition zone. On one side you have the land area, on other side you basically have the aquatic ecosystem, and in the region of the mangroves itself you have the mud flats and the marshlands in many of the cases. So, how many of the above statements are correct? In this case the answer is B, that is only 2. 2 of the statements here are correct. Now, after this, a statement and reason assertion based question. So, here read the statements carefully. The first statement: in certain aquatic ecosystems, the pyramid of biomass assumes an inverted state. Pyramid of biomass. So, you have ecological pyramids. Ecological pyramids. Now, these ecological pyramids, they are of 3 types. You have pyramid of numbers, you have pyramid of biomass, and you have pyramid of energy. Okay. These are the 3 ecological pyramids. Now, out of this, pyramid of energy is always upright, because it indicates that from the lower trophic level to the upper trophic level, the energy transmitted is less. Only 10% of the energy is transmitted, rest of it is lost. Pyramid of numbers can be inverted, can be upright, depending upon the ecosystem that we are talking about. Pyramid of biomass is what? It represents the mass at each of the trophic levels. When we talk about the aquatic system, the aquatic ecosystem, now there when you talk about the mass, so in the aquatic food chain, you will have phytoplanktons at the bottom, then you will, these phytoplanktons will be consumed by zooplanktons. Zooplanktons will be consumed by, let us suppose, fish, small fish. They will be consumed by, let us suppose, a tuna or a dolphin, and they will be consumed, let us suppose, by orcas or killer whales or blue whale, let us suppose. Now, here if you characterize the ecological pyramid of biomass in this case, which will have lesser weight? All the various phytoplanktons put together or the blue whales put together? Phytoplanktons are microscopic. Even though they are millions in numbers, billions in terms of population, still microscopic means their combined weight will be less as compared to the blue whale out there. So, here in these conditions, you will have an inverted pyramid of biomass. Phytoplanktons having the reduced and the least weight, followed by zooplanktons, followed by the small fish, followed by the tuna, and eventually the blue whale. So, this is an inverted pyramid of biomass which is present in the aquatic system. Over terrestrial ecosystems, pyramid of biomass is straight, upright. Over the grassland ecosystems, upright. But in the case of the aquatic systems, it is inverted. So, here pyramid of biomass assumes an inverted state. This statement is correct. This occurs due to the rapid growth and reproduction of tiny phytoplanktons, resulting in a situation where the consumer biomass surpasses the producer biomass. That is, the whales overall, if the phytoplanktons increase in population, the fishes will also increase in number. So, more fishes, automatically the weight will increase. So, leading to an inverted pyramid. So, here statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is also correct, and statement 2 appears to be the correct reasoning for statement 1 also. So, in this case, statement 1 and 2 are correct, both of them, and statement 2 is the correct explanation for statement 1. So, the answer in this case is going to be A. Okay? Now, the next question. Consider the following impacts. How many of the above are mentioned are the impacts of marine heat waves? What are marine heat waves? When in the marine areas there is an excess temperature rise, just like the heat waves on the ground surface, when there is a departure from the normal conditions and for a duration of certain weeks, certain days, you have the sea surface temperature exceeding the normalcy by around 4 degrees, 3 degrees, then it is declared as a marine heat wave. Okay? It does happen to occur very frequently in the region of Western Pacific, which is causing huge amount of bleaching in the area of the coral reef region, and in the area of Great Barrier Reef, you have increased amount of coral bleaching. Fourth, mass global coral bleaching has been observed recently. So, consider the following impacts of the marine heat waves. Shift in population of marine species, they migrate, they move to the cooler regions. It is a phenomena where the species are moving away from the tropics in the temperate areas, and that is a phenomena that we refer to as tropicalization. Mass mortality events including of non-mobile species, sponges for example, the rise in temperature will lead to deaths. Exacerbation of harmful algal blooms, this is going to be correct. You have harmful algal bloom, blue-green algae, they start developing. And ocean deoxygenation or creation of hypoxic waters. Hypoxic waters eventually leading to dead zones. Anyways, when you have harmful algal bloom, that in itself leads to deoxygenation and hypoxic water creation. That is why sometimes you will observe that in the coastal areas suddenly all of a sudden you have many of the species of fishes which are dead and which are floating above water. That is because the water in that zone has become hypoxic. So, how many of the are the impact? The answer is D, all 4 of them. Then global methane tracker that tracks oil and gas related sources of methane and offers the most comprehensive global picture of the methane emission is a database created by IPCC, online tool of the IEA, register under GEF, agency promoted by UNEP. So, Global Methane Tracker is an online tool of IEA, which with the help of various different satellite systems like the Sentinel satellites, etc., the Copernicus satellites, etc., it is able to track where the energy sector is producing how much amount of methane. That is why methane sat is also used. And the overall objective is that once we identify the areas where the emission is happening, we can bring that under control. Okay? Now, consider the following statements in context of global mass coral bleaching. Global mass coral bleaching, I just told you that the 4th mass global coral bleaching was just observed. The primary cause of global mass coral bleaching is increased sea surface temperature, that is correct. Coral bleaching is what? When you have the zooxanthellae population which leaves the coral and you have the stony white skeletal structure of the coral which is exposed. If the conditions they do not revert under normal situation within a duration of 20 days or 25 days, then what happens? That coral can die because the zooxanthellae won't return. If the condition reverts back to normalcy within those 20-25 days or 30 days, zooxanthellae repopulates that coral again and it can survive. Global mass coral bleaching events necessarily affect all reefs equally. This is incorrect because when you have mass coral bleaching events, wherever you have those heat wave conditions, only there will you have that bleaching. For example, if let's suppose the Western Pacific is becoming warmer, why will there be a bleaching in the region of Ross Reef of Norway? Right, it will be localized to Western Pacific in the region of the Great Barrier Reef. So that is why the second is incorrect. Till now, only 2 global mass coral bleaching are reported in the world. 4 global mass coral bleaching events have occurred. So how many of the above statements are correct? The answer is A, that is only 1. A groundbreaking report, The Unjust Climate, is released by, so that is released by FAO with regards to the impact of the climate and the inequalities which is generated and the inequalities which are exploited due to that climate. Basically, you will have the proportion of impact varying in different areas. That is a report released by FAO. Consider the following statements about methane sat. So this is a satellite which was launched aboard the Falcon 9 rocket with the help, and this satellite was actually developed by an NGO, Environmental Defense Fund. So here EDF, basically an NGO that launched this satellite with the help of the scientists from New Zealand Space Agency, from Harvard University, all of them were involved in the launching of this satellite. This satellite will again track the methane emissions across the energy producing areas, oil wells, etc. Will move around the planet around 15 times a day, and that will give accurate tracking. So it is developed by the New Zealand Space Agency and launched by ISRO? No, it was launched by SpaceX across the Falcon 9 rocket. It will orbit the Earth 2 times a day and will track and measure methane emissions on the global scale, can orbit the planet around 15 times a day. Which of the statements given above is or are correct? Answer is D, neither 1 nor 2. Now, moving to the next question. Which wildlife sanctuary is called Mini Kaziranga because of the highest density of one-horned rhinos? So when we talk about one-horned rhino, the highest population is in the region of Kaziranga. But beyond and after Kaziranga, it is Pobitora. Pobitora, where you will have significant proportion of the rhino. In the region of Assam, as per the India Rhino Vision, which was launched in 2005, the aim was to increase the rhino population in Assam by up to around 3,000 by the year 2020. Even though 2020 being the year of the pandemic, we could not carry out the rhino census, but now we have reached that number. So in the region of Manas, in the region of Dibru-Saikhowa, in the region of Kaziranga, in the region of Pobitora, the rhino population has increased, but the density of rhinos after Kaziranga is amongst the highest across the world in the region of Pobitora, and hence known as Mini Kaziranga. Okay? Now, consider the following statements regarding the report on status of leopards in India 2022. Now, when we talk about the leopard census which has been released, it talks about the fact that the leopard population has increased in the region of central India, in the region of eastern India, in some parts of southern India also, but overall has declined in the region of the Shivaliks and the foothills and the Tarai region. So most of the leopard population is present outside protected areas in the Shivalik landscape. Almost around 2/3 of the leopard population is outside the protected areas. The census revealed that only around 1/3 of the leopard population is in the protected areas. Rest of them are outside the protected areas because they are highly adaptable. They can move into the nearby urban landscape also, and within the protected areas, particularly in the region of Shivalik, they have been found to have increasing competition with the tiger species and reducing the availability of food. So this is correct. The report was released by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. This is also correct. So in this, both the statements are correct. The most massive increase for the leopard population has been observed, reported in the eastern part, including Bengal and the northeastern states, because there the earlier report, the earlier data was found to be unreliable. Now, modern methodologies such as camera trappings, etc., have been used for the leopard count. So, that is why it is predicted that this is an actual estimate. The reality will be made aware to us only after the next census or the next count is released, so that you have a comparative analysis. Now, consider the following pairs about the protocol and the objective. Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, it is a part of Convention on Biological Diversity. To ensure the safe handling, transport and use of LMOs resulting from modern biotechnology, particularly that which may affect the human health adversely. This is correct. Nagoya Protocol and Access and Benefit Sharing, this is again a part of Convention on Biological Diversity. To provide transparent legal framework for the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of the genetic resources. Correct. To ensure that the local population is made a part of the conservation process, local population is made a stakeholder and they get the benefit and they are not exploited by multinational companies, they get the benefit of the biodiversity of the region. That is why the Nagoya Protocol came into place. The Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, to protect human health and environment from POPs by restricting and ultimately eliminating their production, use and release. This is also correct. So, you have around initially 12 of these POPs which were listed into different indices, right? You had different annexures there. So, basically you had first list about insecticides, industrial chemicals and the byproducts. These are persistent organic pollutants which are long lived, fat soluble, water insoluble, those are the POPs. So, here all three pairs are correctly matched. So, the answer in this case is going to be C. Now, the next question, the Bonn Challenge, spearheaded by the German government and IUCN, was introduced in 2011 with an audacious objective to restore 150 million hectares of deforested and degraded land by 2020, followed by an even more ambitious target of 350 million hectares by 2030. Where was this challenge first announced? It was announced in Germany. It was initiated by the German government and that is where it is about land reclamation. So, it helps achieve land degradation neutrality, an aim which was set by UNCCD, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. They talked about achieving land degradation neutrality, which means every year whatever is the amount of land, let's suppose, which is degraded or which is wasted, an equal or more amount of land has to be reclaimed for productive utility. So, that land degradation neutrality is the aim which this Bonn Challenge aims to achieve. Now, then the next question. Consider the following statements regarding the Great Indian Bustard. The Great Indian Bustard, which holds the honor of being Rajasthan's state bird, is widely recognized as India's most endangered bird. It is a critically endangered bird. So, this is correct. It is critically endangered as per IUCN. A conservation breeding facility of the Great Indian Bustard was established in the Kutch Bustard Sanctuary. No. It was established where? In the Desert National Park in Jaisalmer. That is where a breeding facility has been established. Great Indian bustards are herbivores and they consume plant-based diets, feeding on various parts of the plants. So, that is also not correct. They are omnivores. So, how many of the above statements are not correct? The answer is B, that is 2 of the statements, they are not correct. Okay? Then, a question regarding the species in news. Consider the following statements regarding the purple frog. So, purple frog is classified as vulnerable. It is classified as endangered as per IUCN because of reducing population. The purple frog is a unique and elusive amphibian species native to the Western Ghats in India and the Annamalai Hills is one of the prime habitats in Tamil Nadu. This is correct. They have bloated body, small head and pointed snout, muscular forelimbs and short hind legs. That is again correct. It is protected under the Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act 1972 and the amendment which was brought in by 2022. So, this is again correct. So, here which of the above statements are correct? So, the correct answer is C, 2, 3 and 4. Okay? That is going to be the correct answer here. Now, then which of the following statements is not a feature of the Global Forest Watch? Global Forest Watch is a kind of an open web platform which enables the individuals to track the forest, the tree cover and the changes thereby. So, Global Forest Watch is an open source web application designed to provide near real-time monitoring of the forest worldwide. This is actually correct. We have to find out which is not a feature. GFW is a project initiated by World Resource Institute, a non-profit research organization based in Washington, correct. GFW offers free and user-friendly access, allowing individuals to create customized maps, analyze forest trends, receive alerts and download data, correct. While discussing forest extent, loss and gain of forest, GFW primarily focuses on flora and fauna. This is incorrect because Global Forest Watch discusses the aspect of the tree cover changes, the changes expected in the tree cover. Based on that, the forest extent, its loss, its gain, that is discussed. So, that is why the correct answer becomes D. Okay? So, that brings us to the end of the discussion for the portion of geography and environment ecology. Overall, I hope you are able to catch the trend that for the portion of environment ecology, the areas which are in use associated with the basic concept, and for the portion of geography, again the basic concepts have been stressed upon. So, that shall be all. I hope you are able to eliminate the mistakes, and for the discussion of the questions of science and tech, I would invite Hima ma'am to carry on the discussion. Thank you.
Hello friends, let us start the discussion of science and technology questions now. The question number 1. As the question is seen here, question number 15.3. Consider the following statements regarding the neglected tropical diseases. Neglected tropical diseases. Let us first understand what do you mean by the word neglected tropical diseases. Okay. These are some diseases which are common in the geographic region. These are some diseases which are common in the geographic region called tropical region, and also they are neglected. Why they are neglected? Okay, because usually these are not as important as or as dangerous as some other diseases. For example, HIV, we speak a lot about it. Tuberculosis, we speak a lot about it. But there are some diseases like, look at here, dengue, chikungunya, Zika, rabies. Same way, protozoal infections like African trypanosomiasis, leishmaniasis, and bacterial diseases like leprosy, cholera. All these are the neglected tropical diseases. All these are the neglected tropical diseases. Okay. In which context we are discussing? Why this is in the news? Okay. WHO recently released a list of these neglected tropical diseases. In that context, this particular question was in the news. Okay. So, the neglected tropical diseases are a diverse group of tropical infections. Is it a diverse group? Yes, it is actually a diverse group. How can I say that it is a diverse group? Because in this we have viral diseases, protozoal diseases, bacterial diseases, all types of diseases are there. So yes, it is a diverse group of tropical infections, but they are not common in the high income populations. They are common in the poor areas, impoverished areas. That is the mistake. That makes the first statement wrong. The statement number 1 here is wrong. Okay. And there are a diverse group of 5 rare diseases. First point, it is not 5. There are many neglected tropical diseases. The number 5 is not correct. Second one, they are not actually rare diseases. You know, they are actually affecting a population of 1 billion people are getting affected by these neglected tropical diseases. It means these diseases are not neglected because they are rare. They are very common, but they are occurring in the poor areas, poor countries. Probably that could be the reason why they are neglected. Okay, then. So, they are not just 5, there are many infections. I myself have given some around 10 examples here. There are many more examples. Some of the examples are given in your explanation also. They are not just 5 and they are not very rare. Okay. So, they are affecting 1 billion people. So, this statement is also wrong. Okay. Then WHO's new roadmap for 21-23 calls for 3 strategic shifts to end the neglected tropical diseases. There are 3 different strategies to end these neglected tropical diseases, and this statement is correct. So, let us now try to see what are those 3 strategies. The 3 strategies are shifting the focus from measuring the process to measuring the impact. It means we should not be happy about we have done so much. That is not the criteria. What is the impact? Okay, you have done something. What is the result of that action? So, it means more result oriented approach. That is the first point. Second one, shifting from disease specific planning. It means don't individually plan to eradicate Zika. Don't individually plan to eradicate dengue. Try to work for the total decrease in the impact of these neglected tropical diseases. Okay. So, shifting from disease specific planning to a collaborative effort across the sectors. Third strategy is moving away from, that means shifting from externally driven agendas. It means, as we have already discussed, these diseases are more common in the poor areas and poor countries. So we should not try to solve this problem from the externally driven agendas, like from a rich country's viewpoint. Okay, so here the strategy must be country owned. It means in our country, if you have these neglected tropical diseases, we should have our own approach how to deal with this, not should be decided by some other country about how to control these diseases. Okay, and also this approach must be country financed. It means in India, if you have these diseases, so that control of the diseases should be financed by India itself. That is the meaning of this. So this statement is correct. And the right answer is A. Only one statement is correct. And which statement is correct? The third statement is correct. Quickly moving on to the next question. That is the question number 54. What is the key advantage? Please observe the question. They are not asking what is the advantage. What is the key advantage? Means you have to choose the best, most suitable among these choices. Okay, of irrigation as a service. Okay, we will discuss this question, but before that we have to first know what is irrigation as a service. Let us try to understand this point first. Irrigation as a service means it is a very convenient and efficient pay-per-use model. It means if I have a crop, I will not worry about how to arrange irrigation to my crop. Some other people will provide the irrigation to me. I will only pay for the services and use the irrigation. Okay, so it means I don't have to invest in establishing the irrigation facilities to my crop. I don't have to make any investments. Okay, this month I'm doing some cultivation, then I will pay for the irrigation. I'm not doing the cultivation in this season, then I will not pay for the irrigation. This is called as irrigation as a service. Okay, for a fixed monthly charge, a person receives a perfectly irrigated and fertigated crop. What do you mean by fertigated crop? First of all, what is irrigation? In the irrigation, it is about water supply, right? Irrigation is about water supply. And what is about fertigation? When you are supplying the water, in that water, add fertilizers. Add fertilizers in the water and then supply that water to the crop. It means we are not only supplying water to the crop, we are supplying the fertilizer mixed water to the crop. Okay, supplying the dissolved fertilizer to the crops through crop irrigation system. Okay, it means in the irrigation as a service, the crop does not only get the water supply, rather it will also get fertilizers along with that water. Okay, so without responsibility of ownership, I don't have to own that, I don't have to invest for that, okay, and I don't have to take any stress regarding the operation of that, it's servicing, it's working, all these things I need not bother. I will just have to pay if I am doing some cultivation for that month. Okay, and for maintenance, this cost will not be there. The irrigation system will be installed, owned, operated and maintained for the customer benefit. For example, in India, who is providing this irrigation as a service? A company, an organization called as, okay, Netafim India. Okay, a company called Netafim India is providing this irrigation as a service. Okay, we understood regarding the irrigation as a service. So now let us discuss this question. Okay, what is the key advantage of this irrigation as a service? Okay, reduced upfront capital expenditure. What do you mean by this? In simple terms, no or less investment. Low or less investment. Upfront, I don't have to do any expenditure. Okay, varied monthly bills based on the water usage. Is it correct? Actually correct, but that is not the key advantage of it. For example, this month I need more water, so I will pay more. Next month I don't need more water. For the crop that I am cultivating, I don't need more water. So then I will have to pay less. Is it an advantage? Yes, definitely, because I am paying only for that much amount of water that I am going to use. Definitely it is an advantage. But this word key will make it wrong. So it is an advantage but not the key advantage. Next point. Irrigation as a service is the traditional ownership with regular maintenance cost. No, this is exactly opposite. The whole concept of irrigation as a service itself is avoiding this regular maintenance problem and the ownership responsibilities. So definitely this is a wrong statement. Okay, the next one. No ongoing financial responsibility. It is wrong because we have to pay monthly. It is not free of cost. Ongoing, every month you have to pay, but you will not pay extra. You will not pay for the water that you don't use. That is the only advantage. So, all these three statements are wrong. Actually, this is correct, but it is not the key advantage. They are asking key advantage and you have to choose only one of these four choices. So, definitely, okay, the correct answer is A. Okay, that is reduced upfront capital infrastructure, okay, is the key advantage. 54, A is the right answer. Moving on to the next question. The next question is, consider the following statements with respect to sound lasers or phonon lasers. Very interesting. Sound lasers or the phonon lasers. Okay, let us first try to understand what is a phonon. Very simple. From the name itself you can easily guess what it is. What do you call the packet of energy, packet of light energy? Photon. Photon is the unit of light. So, same way, phonon is the unit of sound. Just like photon is the unit of light, phonon is the unit of sound. Okay. Normally, laser uses light waves, isn't it? Laser uses light waves for detection. But, okay, look at here. Interesting. These are not lasers, they are phasers. It means in the laser, if you just replace the word light with sound, then it is that instrument, that detector is called as a phaser. What is a phaser? Okay, sound amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Just like laser, instead of light, sound, that is the instrument. Okay, these are the devices that generate uniform sound. Okay, what the laser will generate? Laser generates light waves, isn't it? Laser generates light waves. Phaser generates sound waves. Phaser generates sound waves. Okay. Sound waves in the nanoscale, what is the meaning of this? Do you measure sound in nanometers or something? Yes, of course. What do we measure in the nanometers here? We measure the wavelength. Wavelength in the nanometers. I hope you all know, okay, the wave will have, okay, crests and troughs. Crests and troughs. The distance between two crests or the distance between two troughs is called as wavelength. Is it clear? So, if the distance between these two crests is like 1 nanometer or 2 nanometer, that is nothing but sound waves in the nanoscale. What are we measuring the nanometer? The wavelength of this sound waves. Is it clear? So, phaser is a device which will generate sound waves just like a laser generates light waves. Phaser generates sound waves just like laser generates light waves. Okay, we use laser detectors. Here we are using phaser detectors, phonon detectors. I hope you understood the concept. Now moving on to the question. Okay, photons have considerable advantage over the phonons as they are less affected by liquids. No, wrong, and it is opposite. Actually, common sense, you can easily guess this point because we are discussing about phonons. So, definitely we will try to praise the phonons. Okay. So, opposite. It means actually phonons, okay, they have better capacity to pass through the liquids. So, we can use the phonons, okay, to image, I mean for imaging of watery tissues like water filled tissues, like for example urinary bladder or any other water filled tissue you want to do the imaging. Imaging means we do CT scan or something like that. We have to imaging diagnostic test. Okay, a diagnostic test of imaging. What are the imaging diagnostic tests? CT scan, MRI. They take the image of an organ. They take the image of a bone. X-ray is also, okay, imaging technique like that. This is also an imaging technique. But here we use sound waves, not light waves. We use sound waves. Okay, phonon detectors or the phasers, okay, are better at imaging watery tissues. Why? Because they easily pass through the water, okay, when compared to photons. Okay, so this is wrong statement and it is opposite of it. Okay, then next one, it can penetrate clothing for the security scans. It means, can we use phaser in the airport security scans? Yes, perfectly we can use, because they pass through the clothes. 3 points. They can easily pass through the clothes, but they cannot pass through some gun or some metal objects, etc. Is it a perfect combination, right? They can pass through the clothes, but they cannot pass through the metal objects. Plus, okay, not harmful. For example, can I use X-ray in the airport scanner? No. Okay, 10 times if you travel, you will get cancer. Is it clear? So, we cannot use X-rays, gamma rays in the airport scanners, though they can do the best imaging. Okay, so but here, okay, they are not at all harmful because they are sound waves, they are not electromagnetic waves, not harmful. Perfect combination to be used in the airport scanners. Okay, so it can penetrate clothing for security scans, having potential security applications in terahertz frequency. What do you mean by the terahertz frequency? You know, kilo, mega, giga, tera, peta. So these are the increasing scales. Terahertz frequency is about same waves. Okay, like here we measure the frequency, not the wavelength. What is frequency? The number of crests or troughs that pass a given point in unit time. It means if I keep any point here, okay, if I keep any one point here, how many crests or troughs will pass through this point in 1 second? That is called frequency. Okay, so terahertz, hertz is a unit of measurement for frequency. Same way millimeter, nanometer, these are the units of length. So wavelength will be measured in that. Okay, so yes, we can use them in the airport scanners. This is correct. Okay, then they utilize micrometer long silica bead, okay, levitated by 2 beams of light. Let me explain this point. Actually, this is also correct. Okay, 5B only 2, 2 and 3 are correct. Let me explain this point about how it works. Okay, let us see how this works. So here what we do is, we take something like this. Okay, what is this? This is phaser, the phaser instrument. Okay. In this we take 1 micrometer long silica bead. Is it clear? What is this? This is 1 micrometer long silica bead. Okay. Then it is levitated. Levitated means what? Read this statement carefully. Which is levitated? Levitated means what? Lifted by 2 beams of light. So here what we do is, one beam of light like this, another beam of light like this. What are they? They are 2 beams of light. What they will do? They will levitate. They will levitate levitate means what? Lift. You know, magnetic levitation trains, maglev trains like that. Levitate means lift. Okay. They lift the silica bead. Okay. If you observe, the silica bead here is not touching that cavity. It is little bit levitated. And then, okay, this particular light beams, what they will do? Because of the light beams, the silica bead vibrates. The silica bead vibrates. When something vibrates, what happens? The sound wave comes. When something vibrates, what happens? The sound waves comes. It means phonons generated. Phonons generated. Is it clear? Okay. And these phonons will get amplified in this cavity. The phonons will get amplified in this cavity and then will get emitted. Okay. Try to understand this like a flow chart. There is a cavity. In the cavity I have taken a silica bead. The measurement of the silica bead is 1 micrometer. This silica bead is little bit lifted in that cavity by using 2 light beams. Okay. 2 light beams. And these light beams will make that silica bead vibrate. When the silica bead vibrates, we get sound. It means phonons are released. The released phonons will get amplified in this cavity and then they will get emitted. Okay, they will touch the person. I mean, this emitted phonons, okay, will touch the person. Let us suppose you are entering into the airport. Okay, this emitted phonons, what they will do? These emitted phonons will scan a person during airport entry. During airport entry, this is how the sensors are used. I hope the mechanism is very clear for all of you. Okay, so this is correct. How many of the statements are correct? 2 statements are correct. Which 2 statements are correct? 2 and 3 are correct. Okay, then moving on to the next question. 56th question. A simple question. Okay, the statements themselves are perfectly explaining, so there is nothing left to explain in this. Okay, let us try to read the statements carefully. Okay, statement number 1. Exposure to asbestos in any form. You might have heard about asbestosis. This is actually an occupational disease. This is a new word that I am introducing now. Okay, occupational disease. What do you mean by an occupational disease? We get this disease because of a particular occupation. If your occupation, a job, if you are not doing that particular job, that particular occupation, you will not get it. That is called occupational diseases. Okay, asbestosis. Same way you have black lung disease. Who will get this? The people working in the coal mines will get it. There is another disease called bicyanosis. Okay, who will get this? Cotton industry laborers will get this disease because of inhaling the cotton fibers. Okay, these are occupational diseases. Asbestosis is one such occupational disease. Only asbestos mining people will get this kind of disease. It can lead to several serious health problems like lung cancer, When you inhale the fibers of asbestos, you can get lung cancer. Mesothelioma. What is mesothelioma? Mesothelial cells, cancer. A cancer to mesothelial cells, that is called mesothelioma cancer. And larynx, you know, the voice box, and ovaries, you know, the primary reproductive organs of the female. And also scarring means what? For example, wound, okay, like a lesion. So when you fall down, like what happens, the skin will be scarred like that. Scarring of the lungs, lung tissue will be eroded, scarring of the lung tissue, okay. These are all the effects of exposure to asbestos, okay. So that is statement number 1, and it is correct. Yes, asbestos causes all these things, okay. Now statement number 2. Statement number 2 is explaining, this is something like assertion reasoning type question. Statement number 1 is assertion. Statement number 2 is the reason. So is it the correct reason for that assertion? Yes, it is. Okay. If items containing asbestos are disturbed, okay, if you disturb the items containing asbestos, they release minuscule, it means small asbestos fibers into the air. Then these fibers can be inhaled. If we inhale these fibers and remain lodged in the lungs for a longer duration, okay, it means they remain in our lungs for a longer duration, they cause all these symptoms. Is the statement correct? Is the assertion correct? Yes. Is it the correct reason for the first statement? Yes, it is. Okay. So both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and the statement 2 is the correct explanation. Okay, why the statement 1 is occurring? I mean, why are you getting larynx cancer, ovarian cancer, or some mesothelial cells cancer? For all these things, this is the reason. I disturbed the asbestos having containing material, so that released the asbestos fibers in the air. We inhaled it into our body. They remained in the lungs for a longer duration, and they caused these cancers and all those things. So, yes, A is the correct answer for this. Moving on to the next question. Okay. Question number 57. Consider the following statements with respect to the communication technologies. Consider the following statements with respect to communication technologies. The primary goal of satellite internet, okay, projects like Starlink, OneWeb, okay, what are these two, Elon Musk's Starlink, OneWeb, what are all these things? Providing internet from space. Internet from space. So that is what is a project. Okay. This is to increase internet speeds in the urban areas? No. Already we have very fast internet in the urban areas. You don't need Starlink, OneWeb for that. So Starlink, OneWeb are for providing the fast internet even for the remote areas. Is it clear? That particular word makes the first statement wrong. Is it clear? Next, mesh network communication. Okay, what is this? I remember studying in the school days some extra computer classes and all that. What is this mesh network topology? We have different network topologies, like say for example, okay, see this one is connected to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each one is connected to all the other. Each one is connected to all the other. Next, second one is connected to, yes, first one over, second one, okay, third one, fourth one, fifth one. Second one is also connected to everything. Then third one, connected to the second one, first one already over, third one, fourth one, fifth one. Then this one is also connected to 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5, 6, okay, like that. Then, okay, this one is connected to this one and this one. This is called as mesh topology. Mesh topology of networking. Okay, then this is called as star topology. Star topology. Now read this statement. Mesh network communication offers communication through a central router or access point. Okay, no, wrong. This is wrong for mesh network, but right for star network because there is a central thing. Is it clear? Okay, so second statement is also wrong. Tactile internet. What is tactile? The word tactile means the sense of touch. The word tactile means sense of touch. Okay. Communication aims to transmit data with such high fidelity. Fidelity means faithfulness. Okay. Accuracy, faithfulness, accuracy. With such high accuracy that it allows users to feel the virtual objects. So, the third statement is about, okay, virtual reality. Virtual reality. Okay. See, in virtual reality what we can do is, let us suppose there is a medical student. Is it clear? Okay. Wanted to do some brain surgery. Okay. Let us try to check another image that I have given here. Okay. See, like this, some medical students wanted to practice a surgery, but just because the medical students wanted to practice a surgery, by experiment you cannot kill a person. So, actually this is a, okay, this is a virtual human being. I hope you got the point. Not a real human being, that's a virtual human being. And what are these? These are all, okay, virtual blood vessels. Did you get the point? It means there is no human being there, there are no blood vessels there, there is no heart there. Is it clear? Okay, but still they feel as if they are doing the surgery. They feel as if they are doing the, for example, if I do like this, I will feel as if I am holding the brain. Okay, or we can have virtual tours to space. See, we have been studying so much about the space technology. Okay, so for a change, if you just want to have a virtual tour for the space, okay, we can go for a virtual tour into the space, we can touch the sun, okay, and like Hanumanji did, we can try to eat a sun or another star or something and then come back, but everything is virtual. Is it clear? So that is about tactile. Tactile is about sense of touch. It gives you an impression that you are actually touching it. You can actually feel it. But what do you need to feel it? We need some sensors. Okay. We need some sensors like haptic gloves. I hope you all know haptics means touch. For example, in this mobile phone, you have touch screen mobiles or touch screen tablets or touch screen laptops. Okay, so that technology is called as haptics. So we have special haptic gloves. For example, even if I go for a virtual tour to the space, with my naked hands, if I do like this, I will not feel the planets or something. For that, I have to wear the haptic gloves. Just like, for example, if you go to a 3D movie, you need 3D glasses. You need to wear 3D glasses to see that 3D. So, same way I need haptic gloves to really be capable of touching that. Okay. So, that is tactile internet communication aims to transmit the data with such high accuracy that it will allow the users. It means the heart looks so accurately like a real heart, so that I will get the real feeling of doing a heart surgery without taking risk with the life of a patient. That is the advantage of this tactile internet, which is a part of virtual reality. I hope it is clear. Okay, so this is correct. This is wrong. Then, underlying principle behind the security of quantum communication is decentralized network system. Wrong. Then what is the underlying principle in the security in quantum computers? That we have to understand. Let us try to understand that here. Okay, we are discussing the principle of security in quantum internet. Okay, okay. This is a little bit deeper concept. Let us try to understand it clearly. Okay, see, in a regular computer, we use bits, isn't it? Like 0 and 1. But in a quantum computer, we use something called as qubits. Okay, this was a previous UPSC question also. Okay, bits are 0 and 1. Then what are qubits? Okay, qubits can be electrons. We can use electrons or protons as qubits. Is it clear? Okay, then let us suppose if we keep the electron in a magnetic field. If you keep the electron, for example, if this is the magnetic field and this is, okay, the electron, okay, this is the electron. We kept an electron inside a magnetic field, okay, and electron behaves like a tiny bar magnet. It means this is north pole, south pole of the electron. Every electron will have a north pole, south pole just like any other magnet, okay, and this is the north pole, south pole of the magnetic field. Now what happened? The electron aligned with the magnetic field. Is it clear? The electron aligned with the magnetic field. This particular position is called as, okay, down. Okay, like this, down arrow mark. Okay, downside arrow mark. This is 1 qubit. Okay, so just like 0 and 1 are the bits, what are the qubits? Qubits are down and up. What is down? Down is when an electron aligns. Up is when an electron is in opposite direction. Okay, what do you mean by electron being in the opposite direction? Same, look at here. Okay, let me try to explain. This is what? Magnetic field. And what is this one? This is electron. North pole, south pole of the electron. Then here we have to take opposite. Okay. Imagine this is south pole and north pole. It means opposite direction. This is called as up. Up means like this. Up means like this. Is it clear? So, I repeat, quantum computers use qubits. What are the qubits? The electron which is aligned is 1 qubit. The electron which is not aligned is the other qubit. Okay. Just like, okay, 0 and 1 can be compared. 0 and 1 of a regular computer can be compared with down and up of a quantum computer. But one difference is, okay, the qubits can also exist in superposition. The qubits can also exist in superposition. What is a superposition? Superposition is like a spinning coin. Is it clear? The superposition is like a spinning coin. Okay, see, this is like heads, this is like tails, and this is like superposition. Superposition spinning coin means what? Okay, this superposition spinning coin is something like neither, okay, up nor down. Is it clear? Uncertainty. It is still moving position, somewhere like this. Okay, it is moving like this or like this or like this, somewhere in between. Okay, neither up nor down. That is called superposition. This quantum superposition will give the security to the quantum internet. The quantum superposition is what gives security to the quantum internet, because you can never guess. Okay, it means, let us suppose, okay, let us suppose you are playing a coin game with a quantum computer. Okay, let us try to understand it this way. You are playing a coin game with a regular computer. Okay, then like coin game means what? Let us suppose sometimes we play Ludo, but the other side partner will be computer. You don't have a friend, so you are playing with the computer. One time you will click the dice, the other time the computer will click the dice. Same way, let us suppose you are playing a coin game with the computer. Let us suppose if it is a regular computer. Okay, a regular computer spins the coin, means like puts the dice, something like that. Okay, then what is the chance of getting heads or tails? 50%. It means you guess heads or tails, whatever you guess. You have 50% chance of winning with the regular computer. But if you play the same thing with a quantum computer, it is in superposition. It is neither heads nor tails. Means neither up nor down. Okay, so if you say heads, it can settle it down as tails, and if you say tails, it can settle it down as heads. So therefore you can never win with a quantum computer. Okay, then you may ask me, so are we making quantum computers after all to play the coin game? No, of course no. This is thousands of crores of rupees investment project. So we are not making quantum computers to play the coin game. But if a quantum computer generates a security key, like a password or something, you can never guess it. A hacker can never hack it. I repeat, if a quantum computer generates a security key, okay, if a quantum computer generates a security key, you can never guess it. It means a hacker can never hack it. So what is that phenomena that gives security to the quantum internet? Quantum superposition, not the decentralized. What is the phenomena? Quantum superposition will give the security to the quantum internet. So this is wrong. The correct answer is, okay, 57A, only one. Which statement is correct? 3 is correct. Right. Moving on to the next question. It's a simple question. See, some questions are quite simple. It will take only just 1 minute. Other questions have so many concepts to explain. So they are kind of deeper concepts. In such cases, you have to listen more carefully. Okay, now coming to this question. Consider the following industries: food processing, chemical manufacturing, wastewater management, aquaculture, composting. Biofilters are expected to play a significant role in which of the above industries? Simple. You might have already guessed all the 5. Yes. But before that, we have to first understand what are the biofilters. Okay. Let us try to understand what are the biofilters. Biofilters are essentially pollution controlling devices. Okay. Then they utilize living organisms. They utilize like bacteria and all, typically microorganisms. Why? To break down and remove contaminations. Is it clear? These microbes like bacteria and all, what they do? They digest this pollutant and convert it into harmless substance. Okay, these microbes, okay, break down the pollutants and converts them to harmless substances. So that is called biofilters. But obviously, okay, try to guess this. Can the biofilters degrade inorganic chemicals? Usually they work best for organic contamination. They work best for organic contamination or organic pollution. Okay, so they do this process in the air, in the water, and even in the liquid waste streams. Okay, biofilters contain a filter media, okay, such as wood chips, compost, peat moss, or even the gravel. What it will do? It will work like the food for the microbes. It will work like the food for the microbes, and also used for filtering the contaminants. Okay, so this is all about the biofilters. So very simple, okay, because these bacteria can degrade the harmful substances and convert them into harmless substances in all the media like water, air, etc. Okay, yes, we can use this in all these types of industries. We can use these in all the types of industries. Clear? A simple question. Moving on to the next question. Question number, okay, 59. Consider the following pairs with respect to the missile systems in India. Okay, consider the following pairs with respect to missile systems in India. Okay, how many of the above given statements are correct? Okay, before we solve this question, let us see some basics and come back. Okay, about each missile, let us try to understand, because actually here everything is correct, the answer is completed. Okay, but let us try to understand what are these missiles, what is Dhruvastra, what is Helena. Okay, let us try to understand. Dhruvastra is an indigenously developed air to surface. Why do we use air to surface missiles? Let us suppose, okay, if the enemy is launching a ballistic missile, if the enemy is launching a ballistic missile, then what we do? We try to, okay, stop it in the air itself, intercept that. If you remember, in the childhood you must have watched Mahabharata, Ramayana, daily serials, movies and all that. In that, how do they fight? They fight with arrows. Okay, from one side they'll put one arrow, from the other side they'll put another arrow. These two arrows will fight in the air. It is something like that. Okay, so Dhruvastra is a surface to air. Okay, it is a kind of a defense missile. Okay, by DRDO, indigenously developed. Okay, it is the Air Force version of Helena. Okay, what is Helena? Okay, sorry, this is air to surface missile. Sorry, this is air to surface missile. Yes. What is Dhruvastra? Dhruvastra is air to surface missile. Okay. Dhruvastra is air to surface. Okay, means like this. Okay, we have different types of missiles: surface to surface, air to surface, surface to air. Surface to air are like, as I have told you previously, these are for defense systems. Air to surface is usually anti-tank. Anti-tank, it means they are intended to destroy the military tank. Is it clear? Okay, surface to surface are like ballistic missiles. Surface to surface are like ballistic missiles. And what is this Dhruvastra? Dhruvastra is air to surface. I am stressing it again. Air to surface means this is like anti-tank missile. Anti-tank missile. Okay, this is Air Force version of Helena. Okay, what is Helena? Okay, Helena is helicopter launched Nag missile. Okay, there is another missile called Nag missile. So, if you launch Nag missile from a helicopter, then it is called Helena. Okay, so the same Helena, if Air Force people are using, okay, if the Air Force people are using Helena, Air Force people are calling it as Dhruvastra. This is Air Force version of Helena. It is an anti-tank guided missile. Okay, so let us recheck this. Dhruvastra. Okay, it is Air Force version of Helena. What is Helena? Helicopter launched Nag missile. Okay, helicopter Nag missile, Air Force people call it as. In Air Force, its name is Dhruvastra. Okay, and it is an anti-tank missile from the air to the surface. In the air, from the helicopter onto the surface. What is the surface here? Tank, a military tank. Is it clear? Then Helena launched from helicopters. This is a fire and forget missile. Fire and forget missile means if you fire it, you can leave it. You don't have to again take stress about it. It means surely it will hit the target. Surely it will hit the target. So that is called fire and forget. Okay. Imaging infrared seeker and operates, okay, in lock on before launch model. What do you mean by lock on before launch? The name itself is self-explanatory. Before you launch the missile, you are locking the target. Before you launch the missile, you are locking the target. Is it clear? Okay. Then, effective in all weather terrains, it can engage tanks, that is military tanks, and other armored vehicle within a range of 500 to 7 kilometers, 500 meters to 7 kilometers. That is about Helena. And what is Dhruvastra? Air Force version of Helena. This is Helena and Dhruvastra is Air Force version of Helena. They both are surface to air missiles. Okay. Next one, AD-1. This is India's long-range missile defense system designed to knock out incoming ballistic missiles. This is what I told you previously. Okay, the one that we have seen previously. This is enemies are launching a ballistic missile. Okay, and AD-1 is coming here. It will intercept here. This is surface to air. Okay, like a defense. Okay, to knock out incoming ballistic missile. This is incoming ballistic missile. Okay, the green color one is incoming ballistic missile. At a high altitude but within the atmosphere. It's not so high that it crossed the atmosphere. Very high altitude but within the atmosphere. That is AD-1. Okay, so what is Dhruvastra and Helena? Okay, they are air to surface, anti-tank missiles. What is AD-1? It is surface to air, that is interceptor. Okay, so like it will intercept the enemy's ballistic missile in the air. Okay, what is Amogha 3? This is a domestically developed man portable. What do you mean by man portable? A man can carry this. Means what? Lightweight. A man can carry this lightweight anti-tank missile. Anti-tank missile means what? Surface, air to surface. Is it clear? Anti-tank missile means air to surface. Okay, boast fire and forget functionality. Fire and forget means does not require further external intervention. You can fire and forget that. It will surely hit the target. And a range of 200 to 2500 meters. This is third generation missile utilize dual mode seeker. It means it will receive signals. It will receive signals in the form of radio frequency, in the form of radio frequency and infrared frequency. Is it clear? Receive signals. Receive signals about what? About the tank. Is it clear? Like for example, let us suppose, let us suppose this is Amogha 3. It will release the IR and radio frequency waves. They will hit the tank. The tank will reflect it so that it will identify, where is the tank and hits that. So it can receive signals in two different frequency ranges, that is radio frequency and also infrared frequency. That is about Amogha. Is it clear? These are the 4 missiles they are discussing. Okay, this is a short range helicopter launched anti-tank guided missile system. Yes, the Air Force variant of Helena. Okay, next one, Agni Prime. Let us see about Agni Prime. Okay, to know about Agni Prime, let us know about complete Agni series. You know, Agni 1 we have. Agni 1, its range is 1000 kilometers. Agni 2, range is 2000 kilometers. Agni 3, range is 3000 kilometers. Easy to remember. Okay. Agni 4, range is 4000 kilometers. Agni 5, okay, range is 5000 kilometers. Plus this is also MIRV technology. MIRV means what? It will hit multiple targets and then comes back to the source. Okay, we discussed it in the current affairs, I think in yesterday's class or day before yesterday's class, we discussed about Agni 5. Okay, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle. Then what is Agni Prime? Do you think Agni Prime is having longer range than Agni 5 after Agni 5? No. Interestingly, it will fill the gap between Agni 1 and 2. It will fill the gap between Agni 1 and 2. So, Agni Prime range is 1000 to 2000 kilometers. Okay. Agni Prime range is, okay, medium range. What is the range? 1000 to 2000 kilometers. It will fill the gap between Agni 1 and Agni 2. Okay. Some 1500 kilometers target you have to hit. Then you can use Agni Prime. Plus, okay, this is Agni Prime is canisterized. Canisterized. Canisterized means what? Simple. This is kept in a can. Kept in a can. Why? Okay, for safety reason. In what way safety? Okay, see, a missile should be launched only when you want to launch it. But sometimes some missiles will be launched accidentally also. Okay, long back it happened with India. In fact, a missile was launched accidentally and it went near Pakistan. It can lead to miscommunication, can in fact cause a war also. So we should be very careful in that matter. If you canisterize a missile, okay, simple, if you keep the missile inside a canister, okay, then the missile's safety increases. Accidentally it will not be fired. So let us see more about, revise about this Agni Prime. Okay, Agni Prime is like 1000 to 2000 kilometers. Okay, and it is a ballistic missile. First point, 1000 to 2000 kilometers range. Second point, it is a ballistic missile. Ballistic missile means what? Okay, ballistic missile means it will work like this path. That is called as a ballistic missile. Range is 1000 to 2000 kilometers. Plus it is canisterized for extra safety. It is canisterized for extra safety. That is about Agni Prime. Okay. Then AD-1 missile is a long range interceptor missile. Okay. We discussed about the AD-1. It is an interceptor missile. Okay. Correct. Okay. Then Amogha 3 is a third generation man-portable anti-tank guided missile. Yes. Okay. This is a man-portable anti-tank guided missile. So, all the 4 are correctly matched. Okay. Next, moving on to the next question, 60th question. Okay. Consider the following pairs. Okay. Subunit vaccine is a weakened but still alive version of a virus or bacteria? No. Actually, this explanation is true for live attenuated vaccines. This explanation is true for live attenuated vaccines, not true for subunit vaccine. Okay. Then, attenuated means what? Attenuation means weakened. weak, inactivated. How to inactivate this? Usually they do heat treatment or a chemical treatment so that the virus will still remain alive, but it is inactivated. It cannot cause disease, but it will give you protection from the virus. If you take that particular inactive, for example, if I take inactivated polio virus, then I will not get real polio infection because my immune system will produce antibodies for that inactivated polio virus. So I already have antibodies for polio, I cannot get polio infection. That is the story of attenuated. Is it clear? This explanation is for attenuated, but it is not for subunit. So this is wrong. Next one, okay, attenuated recombinant vaccine. This is pieces of pathogenic organisms, wrong. Then what do you call pieces of pathogenic organisms? This explanation is correct for subunit vaccine. This explanation is correct for subunit vaccine. So what is a subunit vaccine? For example, look at this pen. Imagine this is the complete virus, but I am not using the complete virus. I take only one small piece of it. Okay, like pieces of pathogenic, pieces of that is called subunit, okay, only one segment of it, that is called subunit. So this explanation is not correct for attenuated recombinant vaccine. It is correct for subunit vaccine. Then vector recombinant vaccine. Okay, then you may ask me one more question. Then what is attenuated recombinant vaccine? Actually, the name itself is wrong. You have recombinant vaccines, you have attenuated vaccines, but you don't have an attenuated recombinant vaccine. Okay, so anyway that is a wrong statement. So 2-3 mistakes in that will do, no problem. Okay, next one, vector recombinant vaccine. Okay, our Covishield. Okay, Covishield is an example for this. So here what they do is, they have taken, I am giving you Covishield example. Okay, CHAD OX1. What is CHAD? In CHAD, CH stands for chimpanzee, AD stands for adenovirus, OX is the number, series number. Okay, so the serial number of it. Is it clear? What is that? This is a vector. Vector means what? Carrier. What it will carry? It will carry a coronavirus gene. Is it clear? Okay. It will carry a coronavirus gene like this. Let us suppose, imagine this is CHAD OX1. Okay. Okay, I will draw this here. Imagine this is, okay, CHAD OX1. Okay, then imagine this is the SARS-CoV-2 gene. So this is a recombinant. This is a recombinant vector vaccine. Is it clear? Recombinant vector. Okay. What is the vector here? The vector here is nothing but, this is called as the vector. Vector means what? Carrier. And it is carrying what? SARS-CoV, SARS coronavirus gene. And this is a recombinant. And what do you mean by this word recombinant? Recombinant means a new combination. Is it clear? This is not a natural combination, right? Otherwise, naturally, why coronavirus gene will stay in the adenovirus vector? Okay, CHAD OX1. Remember the name once again. I hope you remember this name in the CHAD OX. CH for chimpanzee. AD for adenovirus. So, I hope you observed we are mixing two different viruses genetic material here and we are making a new combination. Therefore, the word recombinant is used. recombinant viral vector vaccine. This combination we inject this combination. Then what we will do? The human body, the human immune system will produce, the human body will produce viral proteins. Try to understand this. We are not injecting the protein directly. We inject the genetic material. Then the human body will produce the viral proteins. Okay. Then the human immune system. Produce antibodies for it. Human immune system produce antibodies for it. I repeat the story. We have taken a vector or a carrier, that is adenovirus, ChAdOx1. Okay. To that we have added the coronavirus gene and we are calling it as recombinant vector DNA. We are injecting this DNA into the human body. Then the human cells will produce the coronavirus protein. Then our immune system will produce antibodies for it. That is a vector recombinant vaccine. This is a genetically modified viral vector. Correct. These two are wrong. This is correct. Only one is correct. Which is correct? 3 is correct. It is a genetically modified viral vector. How did we genetically modify this? By adding the coronavirus gene. How did we genetically modify the viral vector here? By adding the coronavirus gene or any other virus gene. Instead of coronavirus gene, you can add Nipah virus gene or Ebola virus gene. Okay. In fact, using ChAdOx1, important point, listen carefully. Using ChAdOx1, we prepared vaccines for Nipah, Ebola and coronavirus, COVID-19. Is it clear? Zika, Nipah, Ebola and coronavirus. We have ChAdOx1 based viral vector vaccines for all these diseases and this statement is correct. Okay. Only one statement is correct and the third statement is correct. Now moving on to the 70th question. Okay. That is, consider the following statements with respect to graphene. You might have heard about graphene. This is called the wonder material. This is called wonder material. Okay. What is graphene? This is just one atom thick sheet of carbons. Is it clear? This is just one atom thick sheet of carbons. Okay. Just imagine like this. Graphene is just like a paper. Graphene is just like a paper, like a sheet, but the thickness of this sheet is just one atom thickness. Graphene is just like a sheet like this, but this thickness, not this length, not this breadth, the thickness of the sheet is just one atom thick. That is called as graphene. Okay. And in the graphene, the carbon atoms are arranged like hexagons, like this. 6 carbon, like this they are arranged. Okay. That is called graphene. Graphene boasts, impressive tensile strength. Tensile strength means strength. Okay. It's actually surpassed by steel and diamond in this particular category. Okay. So it means graphene is stronger than steel and diamond. Is it correct? Yes, correct. Okay. Actually, diamond is very strong, very hard, but disadvantage is brittle. Means can break down easily. It is not having elasticity. Diamond is not having elasticity. It can break down easily. You may ask me, diamond is the hardest material. Then how can you say graphene is stronger than the diamond? Yes, it is. Graphene is stronger than the diamond. Why? Because the diamond is hard, very hard, but brittle. Okay. And when it comes to steel, steel is definitely less hard. You know something? Graphene is 100 times harder or stronger than steel. Not 1 or 2 times, 100 times stronger than steel. Is it clear? But with steel you have one advantage, that is it is more versatile. I mean you can use steel in many different applications, okay. You cannot use graphene in all those places. So steel is more versatile, that is its advantage. Diamond is more strong, more hard, that is its advantage. But on the whole, graphene is better than both of them, 100 times stronger than the steel. Maybe diamond is little harder, but that is brittle. So definitely tensile strength of the graphene is more than the diamond and steel, correct. Graphene holds the title of world's thinnest material. Why? Just 1 atom thickness. 1 atom thickness, imagine that. You cannot see this in microscope, you cannot even see this in the, you can only see this in the electron microscope or scanning tunneling microscope, like that. Okay. Then consists of a single layer of carbon atoms, true, correct. Okay. Graphene excels in conducting heat and electricity with exceptional efficiency. Yes, it is, okay, a better conductor than copper. A better conductor than copper also. That is the reason why we are planning to use graphene in the, okay, electrical wires. Presently, what do we use in the electrical wires? We use copper in the electrical wires. Why don't you use steel? Okay, because, okay, steel is not as great conductor as copper. Okay, in the electrical wire, if you use steel, the conductivity will be less. If you use copper, then what happens? Okay, the strength will be less. You know, copper is a very soft metal, so the strength will be less. Okay, so if you use graphene, better than, stronger than steel, more conductivity than copper. Okay, so graphene is having very good, we cannot call it as a superconductor. Superconductor is a totally different material. Graphene is not a superconductor, but a great conductor. Even a great conductor when compared to copper. Okay, yes, this is correct. Graphene's tightly packed atomic structure acts as a barrier completely impermeable to even smallest gas molecules at room temperature. Why? 1 atom thickness. Is it clear? Closely packed. The carbon atoms are packed like this, sorry. So you tell me where is the gap here? Okay, there is just no gap at all, like a honeycomb structure. Okay, so even gas molecules cannot pass through this. So this is also correct. The correct answer is all the 4. Okay, that is 70th question. Moving on to the next question, 71. Consider the following statements regarding augmented reality. Okay, what is augmented reality? Okay, VR, AR. If you remember, there was a previous year question based on the difference between VR, AR. What is VR? Virtual reality. Here, okay, what happens is, this world completely shuts down. This world completely shuts down. You experience a different world. Is it clear? You can experience a completely different world, that is called virtual reality. Here, augmented reality is you exist in the real world. I'll give you the examples. Best example is Lenskart app. Did you use the Lenskart app anytime? Okay, in the Lenskart app, your face is real. Do you agree? Okay, in the Lenskart app, you can try the different specs. Okay, your face is real. Okay, but okay, the specs that you are trying, okay, these are virtual. Are you really trying the real specs in the app? In the Lenskart app, are you really putting on those glasses? No, those are the virtual glasses you are trying onto your face to check whether they suit your face or not. This is called augmented reality. Okay, what is the meaning of the word augment? Augment means add. You are adding something to the real world. I'll give you another example. Jurassic Park movie. Jurassic Park movie. In the Jurassic Park movie, the actors are real, okay, and the landscape is real. Only virtual thing which is superimposed there is the dinosaur animation. Is it clear? So that is called augmented reality. Okay. So if a virtual reality is added to the real world, that is augmented reality. I hope you got this. If a virtual image is added to the real world, okay, then it is called augmented reality. You are adding something to the reality. Okay, that is called augmented reality. Is it clear? Okay, the same example I can show here. Okay, here the people are real. Their hands are real. And that operation theatre is real. Just that human being is added to that, just like lens cart specs are added to your face. Okay, the operation theatre is real. Okay, and their hands, their gloves, the people, the medical students who are trying to practice on this surgery, they are all real. The only virtual thing added here, okay, the virtual object added to this real world is that human body. Is it clear? Okay. So that is augmented reality. Okay. With the Lenskart app, I hope you got the perfect understanding of this augmented reality. Okay, how it works. Okay. Augmented reality relies on synergy of hardware. Do you need hardware? Of course. To generate that, you need a computer, you need a processor, you need the hardware. And you need a software to generate that. Okay. And you need sensors. What are the sensors? For example, here I told you haptic gloves. Haptic gloves. Okay. So these are one example of sensors to create the immersive experience. Okay. To feel as if you are really wearing that Lenskart specs. To feel as if you are really doing this surgery. Okay. You need all these things. Is it clear? So yes, this is correct. The camera captures real world scenes. Yes. In the Lenskart app, your front camera captured the real world scene. What is the real world scene there? Your face. Okay. In the Lenskart app, the face. Okay. In the Jurassic Park movie, the landscape. Same way, IKEA is also giving this kind of apps. You can try IKEA company sofa in your real room. Your room is real, but the IKEA company sofa will come and sit there, so that you will see whether it is suiting to your home interiors and all that. Okay. So, camera captures the real world scenes from the user's perspective, providing a live feed for the environment. Meanwhile, the sensors gather data from the user's movements, orientation. Okay, movements orientation are also important, because when you are trying the Lenskart specs, you can keep moving your face. You want to see this side how it looks, this side how it looks. For that, it should be able to capture the movements, orientation, ensuring precise tracking of their position relative to the surroundings. Correct. The sophisticated software processes the incoming camera and sensor the data. The processor will process all these things. It means it will club the two. Okay. Then the mix of the real and the virtual elements. What is augmented reality? Reality plus virtual. Real room, virtual IKEA sofa. Real face, virtual Lenskart specs. Okay. So, real and virtual elements make it seem like virtual objects are actually a part of the real environment. It gives an impression that, it means in Jurassic Park movie or any other such movies, we get an experience that, okay, that virtual element is really a part of this real environment. The virtual objects are actually the part of the user's environment. It will give, we feel as if the dinosaur is really here. Okay. So, that is called augmented reality. All the four are correct. Okay. Moving on to the next question and the last question. Moving on to the next question and the last question, right? Yes. 99th question. Consider the following statements about the features of self-amplifying mRNA vaccine. Okay, let us try to understand what it is. Okay, let us suppose SARS coronavirus mRNA. Okay, we inject it into the human as vaccine. Okay, then what it will do? It will, okay, amplify. Amplify means what? Replicate. Means one mRNA will become 100 mRNAs. Then, okay, human cells produce viral protein from the mRNA, from that amplified mRNA. Human cells will produce viral proteins from that amplified mRNA. And then finally the immune system will produce antibodies. Immune system will produce antibodies. I repeat the story. Coronavirus mRNA is taken. Inject it as a vaccine. After entering into my body, that mRNA will get amplified. It means it will get replicated. One mRNA if I inject, it will become 1000 mRNAs or 10,000 mRNAs. Okay. Then what happens? From all these mRNAs, our cells, human cells will produce the coronaviral proteins. Okay. Human cells will produce the viral proteins. This is just like hijacking a flight. Okay. So, once this mRNA is in the human cell, these human cells will produce the viral proteins. Now, the viral proteins are in our body. So, our immune system will produce antibodies for it. Now, we are safe from coronavirus infection. This is a self-amplifying. This is a self-amplifying mRNA vaccine. This is a self-amplifying mRNA vaccine. It means this is not a normal mRNA vaccine. Here this mRNA will amplify in our body. I inject one mRNA, it became 1000 mRNAs. It means this mRNA is getting amplified in my body. So this is self-amplifying mRNA vaccine. What is the advantage of it? Small dose is enough. Okay, small dosage is enough, okay, because it will get amplified in the body, okay. So that is the advantage of self-amplifying mRNA. I have given the concept, now let us read the statements. A self-amplifying mRNA vaccine is a type of vaccine that uses messenger RNA technology to increase an immune response against a specific pathogen such as a virus. Yes. It is using mRNA to increase the immune response for a pathogen like SARS coronavirus. Correct. Next, self-amplifying mRNA holds promise for the vaccine development due to its ability to stimulate robust immune response while requiring high dose. This word makes it wrong. The whole advantage of mRNA vaccine is lesser dosage is enough. Why lesser dosage is enough? Because it will get amplified in the body. When one mRNA can become 1000 mRNAs, why to inject 1000 mRNAs? So this high dosage word makes it wrong. Okay. It represents an innovative approach to vaccination that has the potential to enhance the effectiveness, scalability of immunization efforts against various infectious diseases. Yes, it is scalable. It means if you want more production also you can do. Is it clear? Because small dosages is enough. Okay. So it means how many of the above statements are not correct? Okay. One statement is not correct. Only one statement is not correct. Okay. And which statement is not correct here? Okay. The second statement is not correct. This is not correct. 2 is not correct. So, that's all for this discussion. Okay, and today 7:30 sharp I have a marathon session on science and technology. Don't miss that. Same way 29th you have another exam of this Unacademy All India Prelims mock test. Don't miss that. All the best for your preparation. That's all. Take care. Bye bye.